today I'm going to like new gift. It is this train for now I'm official Estonian, so they made it Estonian streets.
Nice. So,
Yeah, but it was we made for eating and drinking and walking around.
yeah, we're just now trying to come to Estonia. 2 days ago we had this.
Yeah, because I'm living here in Milano, I'm working in Europe, so I decided to stay long term.
You understand this now?
Now there are probably less because
See, võib-olla on sellepärast tähtis, et linnas seda ei, mitte seal. See on siiapoole ära keeranud, see on üks laud.
there is sitting
Yeah, ambassador.
morning. Stay and see.
Good morning.
But yeah, today. Yeah.
He's trying to, because you're saying that you're Estonian, so
Good morning, everybody. Sorry for this slight delay, but we are still waiting for a couple of our panelists. So if you be kind enough to bear with us, wait for maybe another couple of minutes. We're looking for them, so we should be starting as soon as they come in. Yeah. You leave at 12? I think we can start our panel. We're still missing one panelist, but we saw her around, so she'll be in a couple of minutes. So I think we can start. So our first activity in the morning is the panel that will deal with examining current consumption patterns and delivering sustainable lifestyles. And I'm moderating this panel, sitting in for Vasily, who will be joining us in a few minutes. He has some urgent business to deal with. So I call on our panelists, those who are here, of course, to join me here at this table. Toby Lund, Amy Soba, Christine Stocker, and Ivan. Okay. Okay, so on the program, I do have Lofi Leno to be the first speaker, but since she's not here, we can move on, and I would be delighted to give the floor to Toby to start making her presentation. And Toby is is the strategy manager for sustainable living in the city of Gothenburg, Sweden. Tony?
Yes, please.
Okay, good morning everyone. So we are jumping right into the first topic that is a lot of course following up what we were talking about yesterday. Yesterday also I've been speaking, so I will keep it quite short today. I am the strategy manager of sustainable living at the city of Gothenburg in Sweden. And like I showed you yesterday, we have an environment and climate program where we have 3 ambitious goals. One of them being that we have to be a climate impact close to 0 by already 2030, and that includes also the private consumption for households. We have several strategies working to reach these goals, and one of them has the theme that we are creating conditions to live sustainably for the citizens. So what do we mean with sustainable living? We have taken a quite broad approach in Gothenburg, so we're talking about quality of life and well-being, but within planetary boundaries. This is the short version of sustainable living. I think it's important to not just talk about a life that you have to reduce things, that has to eat less meat, no flies and so on. We have to talk about what kind of life do we want to see ahead, to talk about how can we reach a life that is actually a life that we want to live. And sustainable living, it consists of course of different areas. So we are including the food we're eating, where we of course need to go to a more vegetarian diet, reduce food waste a lot. When it comes to housing, it's of course a lot about the energy issue, how we can reduce energy consumption. And then we have consumption of products. It's about how we travel ourselves, both on a private daily basis, but also on holidays. Work in education, leisure, what we do in our spare time. And there we have, as a city, quite a lot of things to offer to the citizens when it comes to sport, libraries, different parks and activities that the citizens should do. And then we also like to see citizens as active co-creators of the citizens of the cities. That's why we have one part that we also call citizen engagement. But it's a tough goal. I don't know how it's in your countries, but in Sweden we live like we have 4 planets to take resources from, and that is of course not sustainable. The average Swede has a consumption-based emission of 8 tons per year from 2020, that they say. The goal, if we're going to be in line with the Paris Agreement, we have to come down to 3.3 tons already in 2030. But I think it's also important to be aware that this is just average figures and that it varies a lot between different households. So for example, 10% of the richest people in Sweden, they have an average of 17 tons per person. And we have Stockholm Environment Institute who have last year launched data where they have estimated consumption emissions down on postcode level for all municipalities in Sweden. This is how it looks for Gothenburg. And of course it's a lot related to household income, and it makes you see how segregated our city is in a way. But it also gives us questions like how can we target policy instruments and measures to have fastest reductions, because we need to target certain groups of households. Maybe we want to have a fast reduction, and how can we make sure that we do a just transition? So that is the overview. You can, in this map, also look down on different categories like clothes and shoes, transport, and so on. I'm not going to go into the details. Just quickly also about, so what can the role of the city government be in order to enable sustainable lifestyles? Well, we can of course use all available tools and policy instruments that we have to create the conditions. We can use with physical planning and urban development. We can provide a number of different services ourselves. We do it in cooperation with companies. We work with education, motivating citizens to change their lifestyle. But we can also use the tool to try to influence the private market through, for example, public procurement or different external cooperation and projects. So how do we create conditions for supporting sustainable living? I think it's important we take a holistic approach, that we both look at the people, the system and the planet. Because the physical environment, services and messages, they can be designed in a way that either help people or not help people to live within the limits of the planet. So I think we need to understand the users' needs and the environmental impact. So we're trying to raise the knowledge about this within the city government. This autumn we are offering our city administrations an innovation lab for sustainable living. And they can come to us with one question they want to work on. For example, we have healthy companies, they want to work on how they can develop climate smart living for their tenants. We already do a lot when it comes to housing, for example, of course, looking energy use, decreasing energy use, and investing in solar panels, but also helping the citizens to not be dependent on their cars by also offering different car and bike groups and cargo bike groups and so on. And we also see a lot in the future trying to develop more sharing services for people close to where they live. And when it comes to mobility, we also have very high goals that we have to reduce climate impact for transport with 90% in 2030 compared to 2010. But it's not enough to just make the city electric. We also have to reduce the number of motor traffic on our road with 25% up to 2030. So it's about prioritizing walking, cycling, and public transport in traffic management. So this is of course very challenging and a lot of conflict when different parts of the city develop. My final comment here today is that, well, it's difficult to be a citizen today, to have an overview of your lifestyle, to take the right decisions in this complex world we're living in. So maybe we think it's also good to think maybe we need more active citizens than just perfect consumers. You can have a strategy as an individual to really work on your own footprint, but you can put a lot of effort on that. And when we ask citizens, so how do you live sustainably? Well, I try to do recycling and so on. Okay, that's a good start, but the recycling is relatively little impact if you compare to stop flying, stop using your car so much and eat less meat. So people have a very little overview of their intention and what effect it really has. So we try to support citizen engagement. I work at the administration called Democracy and Citizen Service, and we have a task in the city to build a new infrastructure for democracy. It includes different tools we are offering, such as participatory budget. We will hopefully also launch our first citizen assembly this autumn, and we're developing different methods for cooperation and co-production of solutions. For example, working with one group of citizens on one road where we have a lot of traffic. How can we reduce the traffic here? What do you need in order to let your car stay home and go transport yourself in other ways? And then the second thing is we're also working on developing the support structures for citizen-driven initiatives contributing to sustainability, such as the ones I was talking about yesterday, like the bike kitchens, the toy libraries, and so on, that we can support and facilitate all those kind of initiatives. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, David. You just gave us another aspect of life in good work. So you my commitment that you will have to come and see. All right, thank you very much. our second speaker is Heidi Sova, President of Let's Do It World Estonia. Heidi. It's up to you.
Yes, I'm standing ahead of committee presentation. Thank you. So yes, thank you for having me here. I'm coming from Estonian, and I'm presenting indeed this organization called Let's Do It World. And I'm really lucky to work, I'm really humbled to work with all the world, with 164 countries. And we are doing World Cleanup Day. I think some of you have been taking part or even seen this organization worldwide level. And the question is why we are doing it. And what is today's session, the main aim? How we actually can change the people's habit, how we can change the people's mindset, how they are living in this world. And this is exactly what we are doing. And we so well talk about the citizens' activism. So for the World Cleanup Day, we engaging all the citizens around the world to take a part, to find the ways how we are living in this planet. We are cleaning up the beaches, we are cleaning up the forests, we are cleaning up the parks. And the main aim of that is not just to clean up. The main aim of that is to bring the people to see what is the world where we are living and to understand, do I want to live in this kind of world? In this moment when actually people are picking up the waste and seeing other people doing the same things, people from different kind of religions, people from different kind of cultures, backgrounds, institutions, city governments, different kind of religious organizations, universities, kindergarten people, communities, city mayors and presidents. Then you understand, by working with all of them, we have one common problem, and this is a world which is full of waste. And this waste is coming actually from our mindsets, our understandings of where we live in this world, what we are consuming, and what we are doing with this sort of used products later. We want to engage 5% of the Earth's population. Yes, it's really naive and big and bold idea. We had also a really bold idea to clean up the one world in one day, but we are doing it. We put up the biggest network in the world. So it's existing. People went also to the moon. So definitely it's possible to engage also 5% into their have this kind of change in society. By scientists, they are saying that even 3.5% engagement of the citizens and bringing them to any kind of action, it doesn't have to be in cleanup, is bringing them an awareness and changing their behaviors. Furthermore, it's catalyzing the cross-sector cooperation with different kind of organizations and institutions, like city governments, like governments, like corporates, and like communities. You see, if we want to change patterns, we have to have not just the knowledge that this is a problem or a patterns, but also wisdom how to change it. The most important, willingness to change it. Do all parts in society wants to have the change, or can create the change, coming only through the cooperation. And I think in some moment we have to come all together, just to sit down and to see what we and every part can actually contribute to can do here. And then we can change our understanding that we have to, in order to change it, we have to go to the different kind of negotiations and cooperation. So what we have been witness of our work, because we have now conducted work in up to 25 years. We have engaged 70 million people just in one day from 197 countries, last year 190. In those countries where we have been engaged, 14% of the population, which was Slovenia, can say that this country has been changed. They are not doing cleanups anymore. They don't have the waste in the nature, because they know we had a critical mass in the society. And Uganda is a zero waste capital, and they are working with circular economy. They are segregating and recycling 70% of all the waste. I think all the city governments know this is a great story. It's not just Uganda. Many countries and many different kinds of cities can do it already today. But if the city is setting up the rules, then it's needed also to push and nudge society to know why we are doing it. In Estonia, we have also legislations, and we know that we have to do this and that, but still we have to decide the question, why I have to segregate, why I have to compost, why I have to do this and that. And seems that some people sometimes doesn't know why. I think sometimes we have to think outside the box. The work cleanup is definitely thinking outside the box. We are engaging the humans, we are changing the behaviors, we are creating this kind of societal shift, and we have been witness that this model is working, and we are continuing our work with these all organizations, what we have in our family. It's not just the work cleanup, but also the different kind of programs. So we're working also with the education sector, with city governments, and so on. So thank you. This is about the organization, what we are doing. Definitely this kind of big movements can change their people's behavior, and I think that if we all are putting our efforts together, this kind of movements like Fridays for Future is here, Earth Day from United States, Keep America Beautiful, you name it, let's do it well, then we can achieve much more, and we can achieve 95% as well. And let's not work in silence. That's why we are here. Let's cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haley, for this very passionate and also very inspiring presentation. Personally, as I said yesterday, I've been following this initiative with the city for the last 5 years, and every time we hear about what you are doing, so I believe that it is really achieving quite a lot, and so all I can say is thank you, and continue the effort, because as you said, we need to enlarge the commitment, we need to enlarge the participation, whether it is on the local level, the country level, but also within the international community, the world at large, and that's the only way we can proceed. Thank you. So let's now hear from Christine Wingstop, President of the Young Ambassadors Program. She comes from Norway. Christine?
Hello everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, and thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. As the ambassador said, my name is Christine. I'm 21 years old. I come from Norway. In my everyday life, I work in politics. I am the Norwegian youth delegate to the United Nations General Assembly, so I'll be meeting there in October. And I would like to bring some of that experience into the Young Ambassadors Program, which is what we are doing. The Young Ambassadors Program is a leadership and development program locally in the Oslo area in Norway. Every year we select 20 brilliant excellent high school students from the Oslo area. And we want to give them the tools to be able to develop both themselves, but also give them the tool to be ambassadors and young ambassadors within their field. Not only in advocacy, though we do have quite a few of them as well, but in general, like whatever they feel may be. If it's social sciences, STEM sciences, law, climate change, energy, you name it. We are funded and also founded by the U.S. Embassy in Oslo. We also get co-funding from a McKinsey company, the management consulting firm, a Norwegian law firm, a Norwegian communications firm, as well as the Norwegian opera and ballet. So we really do try to reach quite widely in terms of the students that we teach. And we also want them to be able to develop themselves and expose themselves to all different parts of society, not just their particular interest at the time or what they would like to study, but to really see the options and be able to work across fields and across sectors. We also provide the mentors. We pick 20 mentors, one for each student every year, There are members of parliament, there are ambassadors, there are people leading within their field, whether it's law, it's communications, no matter what it is, we really do try to get the best for our young ambassadors so that they are able to develop themselves and also their mentors. We have seen some fantastic results in terms of them being in touch and staying in touch for many, many years, and actually ending up working in the same places, which is excellent. So we really do try to give them the tools to change both themselves and develop themselves, but also the society around them. We talked a lot about sustainability in this conference, and we don't directly work with climate change or sustainability change in that sense. But when we are talking about climate change and sustainability, the question is always, who's going to lead that change? And that's where we come in. We would like to develop the leaders that think sustainability, that think sustainability development goals on all sectors, not just very specifically within the energy sector or the climate sector. We would like them to think across all fields and really do try to reach as widely and as sustainable as possible. So through the year, the participants go through several seminars. There are full-day seminars, about one each month, so we follow the school year. And they have one-day seminar on law, one-day seminar in international politics, entrepreneurship, climate change, technology and development, all these kind of things. So they look like tiny pieces of kind of each part of society. We also go to the opera, we go to the ballet, we try to see different parts of society, and really do try to act with as many sort of prominent actors in those two societies as possible. So we have seen some fantastic results in terms of the program. One current member of parliament, she started our very first year in 2009. We have been going on for 13, 14 years by now. We have several people who are working high up in different departments who have also gone abroad. A former participant is also was a youth delegate, like myself, to the UN. Entrepreneurs who start their own firms, their own companies, and to really try to promote this change that we all really, really like. So I think I'll stop there. I'm looking forward to working and talking with the rest of the panel. So that's a little bit about us and our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine. I'm very, very pleased to hear about your involvement, but also the involvement of several youth like you in a variety of aspects. The United Nations, with all its deficiencies, with all its problems, is still a mechanism that we need, and the mechanism that if it would not exist, we would have to invent. I also am very pleased to hear about the approach that you are taking, which is establishing or promoting leaders in the various sectors of activities, because I think this is what is needed, particularly when it comes to youth, because the leader of that particular sector will be able to speak the language that youth understand. And why I emphasize the issue of youth is that because you're the leaders of tomorrow. So it is very, very important that you get involved in all of this. Now the last comment that I will make is personal. I'm very pleased to be sitting with a fellow ambassador. The only difference is age. But thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I am pleased to give the floor to a very good friend of mine, Ivan. Even though I said a very, very good friend of mine, and he is a very good friend of mine, but still I have difficulties pronouncing his last name. So, okay, I refrain from that. And he is the coordinator of Folkevirke from Denmark. Ivan? Yeah.
back just from the presentation and without it. So yeah, I was just talk a little about some consumer patterns and consumerism that I think is very important to mention about, because consumerism has led to an increase in resource consumption, in waste generation, resulting in environmental degradation, and the overconsumption of goods and services also contributes to social and economic inequalities across the world. So that's a very important thing that I think it's to talk about. There are some effects of that. An example of that is South Korea in 2009. For 2% of the GDP, $38 billion to green environmental project, hoping to create 1 million green jobs in the future over 5 years. So the result was that they managed to complete the project, but from 2009 to 2011, the emission rose by 11.8%. That means that why this happened because the emission prevented by the project, they were overshaded by growth. It means that consumers got a lot more, they took over the emissions that they have saved. So it's a big failure in that project because they have a big growth of emission. And I think also that consumption patterns involve reducing and recycling, that's what we talked about. It's very important. And also the choice that you make as a personal environmental friendly product and service, and also that you change your behavior and patterns that you use in your daily life. And one example also, that Christmas holiday in America is a big holiday, and the average American person raised their footprints by emissions by 650 kilograms of CO2 just for this holiday. And there is used $2.6 billion using on wrapping paper. It's a big consumer pattern that is have a big effect on the world. That is, and if you look 150 years back, no, there was no gift to the present. Just give gifts to the person wrapping on. It's interesting. And there's one last thing I want to say that a reference from many long time ago that mentioned that by 250, in the year 250, if we reduce our consumption patterns, we can live, the whole world can live like Switzerland did in the 60s. It's very interesting that you have all the technology, you have still the laptops, you have good transportations, you have good healthcare, and the whole world will live like they did in Switzerland in the 60s. I think it's very interesting that the behavior that we have can play a big role in all this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. And now we give the floor to our last panelist. She comes to us from Iceland. Lovi Lindell, and she is head of PEP, which is a grassroots of people experiencing poverty. Yes.
Sorry, I was on late. I come from PEP, grassroots of people experiencing poverty, like you said. We were originally under the EAPN, which is the European Anti-Poverty Network, which is a Brussels-based organization and is operating in most European countries. We were kind of the grassroots movement of the EAPN, and that became independent last year, as there was not quite understanding of what we were doing at the time. But basically we opened a free cafe with people who are free to come to and eat and communicate with others. We were able to do this because we got leftover food from companies that were, like supermarkets and food production companies that would need to get rid of their food that was going out of date. And what we discovered there is that there is so much food that is wasted. We had to actually say no to a lot. But this is like a reality check when you see how much there is. I know people who go dumpster diving, for example, go back in the dumpsters of companies, and there's just, it's containers loads of food that is just thrown away every day in supermarkets. But we were basically taking some of that food and cooking for people, and then giving the rest away that we could use. And this was actually during COVID, so there was a slight inconvenience. We couldn't always cook for people, so we just had to put out the food for people to take. But our volunteers did an amazing job of putting up restrictions and so on. We had to follow some regulations each time. And like I said, I was really proud of the volunteers who did all this, marked lines on the floor for people to stand and come and get their food. But like I said, this is all like a grassroots initiative, so all the people who were volunteering were people coming from deprived circumstances. There were single mothers, people on disability, and so on. We were able to create quite a nice community there that was made up of people from all over the world. There were immigrants, refugees, there were Icelandic-born people on disability, people on unemployment, and so on and so forth. And these people were all sitting together and talking. And like I said, I had a little talk here yesterday, and we were quite proud of the community that we created there, because it was kind of people who are usually pitted up against each other in the media that were sitting together and talking and breaking bread. So we also had a clothing rail and a free table for different items that people could leave and take as they wanted. And we also had the policy of nobody having to prove their importance to come in. Everybody was welcome, so there was no barriers between people. It was just like there is a jar there that people can put money, and if they please, there was quite a lot of money coming into the jar, because some people just like to come there and sit amongst people. This is, like I said, I think this kind of work is very important, because, like I said, there is so much food that is wasted, and we were just able to do a small change there, but we really have to think about this in the global context also, because there's so much food being imported into countries that is not being used. And then there are so many people who can't afford food. So having places like this that kind of mediates in between the person that needs to give and the person that needs to receive is huge. So I'll go on for longer, but I'll answer questions later.
Thank you. Okay, hello, thank you very much. And we have heard about a variety of situations, a variety of projects and experiences. I think there is one word that has been repeated several times by most of our panelists. The word is consumption. Reduce consumption, reduce production. But I would add to it a better thinking about both production and consumption. So these are my just very, very short comments, but I'd like to open the floor to all of you. If you have questions, we'd be delighted to have our panelists answer your concerns. Any questions? Yes.
In the general theory of sustainability, there is two big very important processes. One is dematerialization. You were discussing about dematerialization, and then in the consumption side, there is immaterialization of consumption. When we have been analyzing sustainability problems, one big problem has been called, which is rebound effect. We have more and more technical progress, and this means that we can have very heavy volumes of production. Technically, we can do more and more products and material artifacts for consumers. But then many people are in the EU thinking that with digitalization we can help the problem of rebound problem in general. What you are thinking about rebound effect and the possibilities of digital transformation to support green transition in your countries and in the Union and also in the global scale. What is your solution to the rebound problem?
I don't know if maybe this is the correct answer to your question, but digitalization is obviously hugely important to reduce waste. But I also think we need to be careful with the digitalization because, for example, Iceland has always been very technically forward. We are always very quick to adopt new technologies and stuff like this, and this has been like this for some decades. For example, recently the buses in Reykjavik took on like a digital payment device, and this has actually not been as convenient as it sounds because people are having problems with the app. Some people don't use smartphones, and I mean the people who actually need to use the bus are not really the biggest demographic group, like have smartphones or are interested in that type of technology. I think, technical solutions, they are brilliant, but there always needs to be an option. They also closed down one of the social service centers and replaced it with a digital one, which is, to me, is crazy because the people who need to use social services very often don't have that type of technology. So, like I said, I think we have to be very careful with just like generalizing and expecting everyone to use the technology. We always have to think of the demographic that doesn't have access to the technology and make sure that group is covered as well.
Thank you. Great question. How to answer those solutions, but you might be not here. We don't have to I work with the world, looking what is happening around the globe, and definitely green transition and all these technologies, something that we mostly talk in this kind of advanced society, you might be saying this way. At the same time, and I do agree that it's supposed to be really this kind of holistic approach to everything, so that we are keeping this balance. It's highly important. However, we are living in a world which is so diverse, as this world is actually really tiny. And as well have one common problem, which is we are not cooperating enough. We are looking into own gain perception, and I think this is gaining and working inside us and working for yourself is the biggest problem in the world, in reality. The moment when technology comes to serve the whole world in a really holistical way, I don't know how to do it, of course. Then, of course, we are gaining much more. Otherwise, I mean, around one concrete areas and regions and whatsoever. Why I'm talking about it? Because I'm working in practical field. I'm working with humans who are living, for example, also in Africa. And by witnessing what is the situation of our European Union, overconsumption, and all these goods which will be exported to Africa, and all these open fires in, for example, in Cameroon, Yaoundé, huge capital, 2.6 million people, open fires in all over shoes and fabrics and tires and all cars. It's like a hell. So definitely we have to think about technologies. But for that, we have to think over consumptions and what we actually think if we are becoming free in Europe. Is it really exporting the goods into other, not so advanced societies? Thank you.
Any other comment?
I'm not going to your question, but I should rather give you a remark or a kind of personal reflection. You're always looking for very complicated solutions, I find. With the youngsters who are here, we had once the experience, and we had several times the experience of going back to basics. I said going back to basics. And I think all of you are more than intelligent enough to know what these basics are. It's about water, it's about earth, and etc., fire, etc. I think that we have to try to go with those young people, with the next coming generation, towards what we call those basics. And to let them feel what is the word of those basics. Because today, for us in the Netherlands, at least in Europe or most parts of Europe, water, and Africa it isn't. We have also more or less part of Earth, and you know in Africa it's also very important to have a part of Earth, belonging to a family, belonging to a big family, but we are not aware about. It's the same about fire. Today we can cook warm meat or warm food. This is not that heavy as it was. I think people before us have been looking after it a long time. Why do I refer towards these basic things? Because I'm fundamentally convinced that it will bring us again to a kind of well-being we don't feel actually. What might be the solution we are looking after, if it is a technical one, if it is a digital one? I think we are losing the main part of our well-being. It's the simplicity that can be life. Because digital things are making our life more complicated. Technical things, if you're not aware about how the technical things are working, it becomes very complicated and you are not included in society. Politics are becoming enormously difficult because when you don't know any particular law or any particular decision, you are out of it. But when we go to these simple things as water, as earth, as fire, as I say, oxygen, and we discover the value of that again, I'm sure that we will know what the real well-being is. So let us encourage, let us educate also our youngsters and the future generation to know these simple things which are the base of each life. Thank you very much.
Any more questions? Please.
So it was mentioned that working with youth is also important, and I have a short question. So how improve people habits in waste management, and how can we improve the knowledge about water process? Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. I think the first thing we need to do is obviously to educate. But I don't believe in enforcing a set of beliefs or a way of lifestyle or laws or regulations that are very strict to force people into different patterns. You mentioned some recurring problems earlier. How do we go away from recurring problems? We break the pattern. How do we help young people break the pattern they might kind of be set into, reflected by the society that they've grown up in and the society we have today? And I think that is to make them think for themselves, to find the solutions themselves, and then we can kind of help them start that thought process. Because people are more willing to make change, to do change, if they do it in something they believe in, not because of something someone else believes in. So I think that's a quite important point. We have something in the Ambassadors program which is called the Report on the Future, where every year the participants, they write their own text, a bit longer text, like an essay almost, about a problem which they are concerned about in the future. So they will reflect upon the problem, they will describe it, they will look for data, they will look for different sources, they put this into a text, and then they also try to come up with a solution. They may not always have it, but it makes them start to think for themselves, how can I work on this problem? Is that through law? Is that through politics? Is that to go into STEM fields and do science? This is kind of the whole approach that we are trying to give the participants, that they can also look for other options specifically of where they can make their change and what they would like to do. So I think kind of us helping and being the actors that can help you start that thought process, I think that is the most important part of this conference and the most important part of our generation, to bring the programs on to the next generation after us. Thank you.
Could you give me 2 minutes because I need to continue on this issue. I believe that the best way to rephrase or to phrase your question, the best way to help youth is to allow them to decide for themselves. Give them the open, free, confident space so that they can discuss, so they can think about the solution that they want. I am totally opposed to any decision being taken behind closed doors without the participation of youth. Youth would like to have would like to be sitting around the table, inside the boardroom, not waiting outside for someone to come out and say, okay, this is what we have decided for you. They need to be part of the decision-making process. To me, youth is not, does not mean, or is not the equivalent of incompetence. Youth has a lot of ideas that they need to confront to reality. And that's the role of, if you want, the surrounding or the management. But youth need to be in the driver's seat. So because the world tomorrow will be shaped according to their aspirations, their vision, their objectives, not ours. Not ours. We have had our time. The future world is not ours. You will be living in that world. You will have to assume the responsibility for whatever goes wrong. So you cannot assume that responsibility if the decision has been made by me. And then we will have to assume the responsibility. You have to take that responsibility. And nature is made this way. At one point, our generation needs to give you a place. You have to assume that responsibility. I have to move away and let you in my seat so you can take that decision and move forward. And it was not entirely a joke when I spoke about my fellow colleague ambassador, because she is the future. I have done my time, and now it's up to her to continue. And I'm very, very comfortable with that. Very comfortable with that. Because when I arrived in the diplomacy, somebody has given me his seat. So it's only normal that I, in return, give my seat to somebody else. So I am a very, very strong believer that youth is a solution. Youth is not the problem. And thank you.
I have a question to the panel about the consumer mentality, because I think now almost everyone, buy from like the AliExpress or like all these kind of like big online platforms that you can ship something from like 10,000 kilometers away for €1 with shipping free. So like how can you even convince the people that like, okay, no, leave with €1 product and come here buy the more sustainable blah, blah, and then pay €20 if I only have €10 and I still need to eat. So this is, I think, also about not only raising the awareness, but also offering alternatives for the people. Because like, yeah, we see now a polarization, like a lot of people buying vintage clothes, buying second-hand clothes, because this is like the hit, and this is the really cool things to do. On the other side, you see people like, oh, we'll wear it once and we'll throw it away, because like, oh, this is €5, I'll just throw it away. So that was like a first question to know, like, your opinions about it. And then about the holistic approach that we mentioned as well. I think what I keep hearing is that, oh, we are doing well here. But I think we also need to change that mindset, because if we are living in one planet, it does not matter if we are doing here good and on the other side not, because it's one planet that we have. So if they screw, we are also good. Like we cannot say like, oh, we covered the ozone cover here a bit and then we will survive. So I think it's also a point that I'd like to hear about it. And it's also like on digitalization and technology. I think what we keep forgetting is like all the data that we collected. It's been collected from the servers on the clouds. So like all of us have like memories like, oh, I don't want to buy USB or I don't buy memory card anymore because everything is on the cloud. To save all these documents, to save all this data, we also need a lot of energy. It also have a lot of negative impact on the global warming because of all the heat that the huge servers generate. So like how can we also give small solutions? And I would like to share ones that I learned it once and like I keep doing it. As simple as like thinking about each email that you want to send. Like is it really necessary? Like if we agreed about everything, then thank you is okay to see. Like we agreed on the meeting, so I don't need to say, okay, thank you, see you in this. I accepted the invitation is also good because like then thank you email and then the other person or your welcome email, we say it's a small movement. It might sound like really simple, but for me it was like, okay, it's a simple thing that I can do it every day and I can just try to add one job to the big pot, saving totally the planet. So please, your opinion. Anyone?
So we all have devices, we have all laptops, cell phones, everything. A lot of photos, videos, emails, and clouds everywhere. And do you know that actually all this together today is consuming more energy and unleashing more CO2 than all aviation system in the world? Do you know it? Yes. So it's something what we can do all is just to delete and delete. With blurry photos, videos, all the emails what we don't need, all the Google Drives what we are using, maybe just 1% of all this inside the system. So, and there is a question what we can do about it. Because some of us here, of course, do know the facts, but not all the people in the streets does know the facts. Actually, they don't know. So we still have to raise awareness. And we have to go to the dialogue. And I'm thinking here that it's not just up to this kind of civic movements, which we do really adore online because they have so huge heart always, but also all the organizations and all the institutions have to set up some kind of, possible ways to bring this kind of message, but also because it is legislation to push the organizations or business sector organizations to say, before you are doing something and creating something technology-wise, maybe you're saying to the people, please, you have some, you can have a free your space, delete this kind of amount and you can, use something. There is possibilities. If you think about the product, one thing I'm thinking as well, we cannot just only nudge the people to say, you cannot do this and you cannot do that. Sometimes it's not working well. But what's working well is like a new stream or something which is inspiration. For example, cooking is inspirational. Why we have to have and order something with no very high quality food, not made with love, of course, and you can drive it with the other part of Estonia or Tallinn. Instead, go to the little market, go to your village, have all this food and make yourself. And we heard how much of food is left. I think 30% of the food is wasted in the world. By the way, the food industry is creating 24% of all the CO2. We don't talk about that too. So I think what we can do from this conference, we can start one thing. Let's cook ourselves. We have less food waste. We don't have so much CO2. We are more healthy. We are more happy because people are coming together. I'm not sitting in technology so much. I think it's really good, and everybody will be more happy. As I said, go to simple things, Mr. Bear. It's fantastic. Go to simple things and let's cook. Thank you.
I was just add a comment about the factories. I think there is companies that is producing 70% of the CO2, and I think that people need to understand that $1 is one voting, so they voted with the dollars, with the money. And I think it's important to have like initiatives like we talked about, especially the maps where you can find alternatives, workshops, all these social projects. It's very important to have that in your city, so it's visible for people that they can make a change. And one thing that I have learned also that we talk about emails, and I know also a good example of taking pictures. You really need to take a picture that you see right here, about that. Also, the amount of picture we have on your phone is very big, and it's very heavy for the clouds. So it's very important to think about the future things or thinking about some pictures. That's one example too.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hugely important to kind of make are not. I mean, when you talk about deleting the emails, this is something that I haven't thought about personally. But it's just so convenient because it just pops up and you don't get reminded until your box is full. But and also I mean, the thing about going back to basics, I think is also hugely important, and I think this needs to be a part of our educational system. I mean, I am a mother and a grandmother, and I mean, I can see my children's education is not really functional. You know, there's like a huge emphasis on book studies, which may not be, you know, fit everybody. You know, some people want to start to grow things or do things with their hands, and there's no space in our education system for this. But this is hugely important for the future, especially for sustainability, that children are taught to do things for themselves with their hands and so on. I also want to point out that economics is a social study. It's not natural law. It's not a natural study, a natural science. So, I mean, the world obviously has to rethink their economic system, and I think we should really look into alternative systems that we can have that are more focused on the resources that we have, like a resource-based economy instead of the consumer side. So, and I think this is also, I mean, with waste, I think it's usually uneconomical to keep people in poverty, for example. I mean, poor people, for example, they have no housing security, so they have to move around a lot. And I mean, moving house is very, uneconomical because you have to get rid of some of your furniture, it may not fit in your new place, and especially if you're forced to do this every few months, then this is like a huge thing. And so there's a lot of things that, you know, preventing poverty is also an environmental issue, and I think we need to look into this also.
Just a short reflection from your first question. I also think it's very unfortunate with these new patterns of e-commerce and how we order things. I just read from an article a few days ago about one woman in Sweden. She was blocked by the company because she had ordered for a long time clothes all the time home, returning them, different sizes, returning them. And yeah, the company said, no, this is not okay. But in Sweden, apparently, 40% of the clothes being shopped online is returned. It's crazy. And that's just clothing industry. So I think you need new laws and regulations in order to stop that, because this woman, she said, oh, I'm really ashamed, I didn't realize the impact. And there has been a lot of documentaries on Swedish television actually showing how the system goes when you return clothes, and actually our clothes in Sweden normally go to our central place in Estonia being resourced in best case coming back to Sweden and going out to a new consumer. But yeah, it's a lot of things to do with this online system for sure. We need a recognition there.
Thank you very much. I think it's very, very important in terms of consumer mentality. That we also think about the people, you know, who are not in this room, people that don't think about consumer lifestyle or sustainability or climate change every day. Because in the end, in the kind of society we live in today, money will always talk. Like that is the kind of main fundament for the systems we have today. And I think rather than just kind of tearing that system and just building something new, we should use that and exploit that opportunity. And I think that's where big players such as, for instance, the European Union comes in, where they can actually enforce laws and they can enforce customs and tolls on the big, for instance, fast fashion companies. They can say that, okay, we will not import this to the Union if it's created in a non-sustainable way. And not just only force the individuals, ourselves, or the consumers who may be in a weaker position, they may live in poverty. They do not have that option to do those sustainable lifestyle changes. We can rather use the system to implement change in the companies. So there will actually be a market which consists purely of sustainable choices. So that the consumers, as an individual who may be, living in poverty or having less of an opportunity, less fortunate, don't really have to choose. It will be cheap. It will be a part of society as we know it today, just with better choices than maybe we had yesterday. So I think that's also something that we need the legal environment framework around it. And I think that's also where the EU and Rwanda are very important partners, but where sometimes maybe the UN sort of falls short, because a lot of the framework is not legally binding. We saw that when Trump was president in the US, he pulled out of the Paris Agreement. Countries can't do that. So that's why I think the European Union is the sustainable and consumer lifestyle changes in the climate change part. I think it's a very, very important player because it is legally binding for so many countries. Thank you.
I have a question also, and here's also a question. I have a question for everyone. So we talk about collaboration. So you remember sustainability, it's the collaboration of three main sectors, with business, government, and civil society. And to achieve that, you need to have a very strong partnership in different areas, from the business to the consumer and civil life. So my question is, as you go over the different levels, global level collaboration, waste management, news sector, government, and civil society, what is the main challenges in your work you do collaborations with the government, with civil society organizations you are facing, and what we could improve in terms, for example, if you're working with the local government? Does the local government really support you? Or do you have some problems in collaboration? So what kind of challenges you face? This is the first question. And the second one, what we could improve to solve a problem and move on to the waste-free world, for example? Do you believe in that? Or where the civil society, government, and business are equal partners and working for the welfare? Everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Healy.
Okay. This is a good question. I mean, like I said, there is a collaboration, and I mean, it really depends on the situation. I mean, if, like somebody asked yesterday, if government is not interested in environmental issues, then what do? You go to the companies. The problem is that without the regulations, like a few of us have pointed out, we are kind of just always scratching the surface, because we need regulations on certain things, because obviously the production side needs to be stopped, because you can't just put that weight on the consumer. Because the consumer, telling the consumer that they can't buy something that has already been made is just stupid, because it's already been made, and they're going to make more. So, I mean, obviously, the governments are actually the key player in all of this, although we can do our bit, like the companies and the consumer. And for civil society, like I said yesterday, I mean, like for us, reducing waste is something that we can do. Like I said, be like a mediator for, from the stuff that is going to get wasted and to the people who need it. Also, I mean, we have the opportunity to work with governments, and we have worked with Reykjavik City Council, which has been very helpful with us, because they have an environmental policy and are trying to do their bit, but they can only always do more. But yeah, I mean, what we can do, I mean, we all do what we can do, and this is what we can do, at least in our position, and also to just press for the government better policies and so on. So yeah.
I think one challenge in Sweden right now, both on local and national level, is that the business sector is actually going faster forward in the transformation than the government itself. And they ask really for long-term goals, playing rules, so they know what to do. They don't want to shift of government every 4 years and say one thing and the other thing and so on. And they are afraid that Swedish company will fall behind when the US is putting a lot into the green transition right now. So that's one challenge. And they want us to set clear rules when it comes to procurement and so on. And then they will be happy to go forward. And then we have also the problem in Sweden right now is a big polarity between the big three cities of Stockholm, Malmö, and Gothenburg, and towards we are voting very differently right now. And that is also maybe why the politicians are still looking a lot to what the voters in the rural areas in Sweden are saying, that they don't dare to push forward a transition as fast as they should.
Thank you. Thank you for a very good question. I think that one of the main issues in civil society is that a lot of us work on a volunteer basis. People are not necessarily paid, they're not necessarily paid as high as in government or business positions. And that also creates a strain on the individuals running the organizations because they need to do this on top of their university work or on top of their regular jobs. So I think for us, we really work a lot with creating sustainable leaders, sustainable youth that are able to work on their mental health issues, that will avoid getting burnt out, that can work on different management tools to actually help them contribute and sort of reach their full potential. So I think that's one of the main issues, is that we can see that a lot of youth who are very, very engaged and really work for something and have their cause, they may in the end sort of get burnt out because they work so much and they do so many things at once. So I think that's definitely one of the main issues we see, both like in the board of my organization and other youth organizations that I'm familiar with, that you simply, in the end, they can't reach any further. And then you end up, not having that sustainable lifestyle because your engagement will only last for maybe 2 or 3 or 4 years and not for your entire life. So I think for us that's definitely a challenge and something that we are working quite heavily on to actually be able to have volunteers that can last for many decades and not just a couple years.
And so it's so big question. How much we have time? Yes. So, but in our organization, I talk about that, it's a worldwide organization. We have leaders in 164 countries and teams working for under one umbrella strategy, and one of them is World Cleanup Day, and another one is Digital Cleanup Day. I have been working with this network for 8 years. I brought it together as well. They have done it for me. And they are really, I'm looking at the world from the perspective of the world itself as a globe. And for me it's not big, but the world is so diverse, I've already said. So definitely the organization in Japan is working in a really different way than the organization in Congo or in Suriname. But what we have been facing, for example, the organization as born in Estonia, with HQ in Estonia, so we are European, sort of European international organization, and for Africa sometimes the question, how much of money you will give me so I can clean up my street? And this question is coming from Cameroon government. Or we have to deal with Taliban in Afghanistan to say and persuade them to say that really we are not doing any harm, just want to clean up with the whole world, we are celebrating it, all this humanity. Or in Iran, where you have to engage just little small amounts of people, like 10 people, in one groups, but at the same time hold and huge cleanup with engagement of 140,000 people in Iran. And only think what is he saying to this government? I know that you are not supporting me, but please don't be against me. So in NGO, which is operating in national level, we are coming to play in the field of political level as well. And then is the question, what we can do about it, because it was your second question. And one thing is that indeed with this kind of mass engagements, we are firstly educating the people. That's why I talk about this match by 5% of engagement, which is creating the shift in society, which is so much needed, because it works with all the sectors, including business and including governments. So if we will be aware about this waste situation, and when we know that we want to live in the world which is for us and for the future, serving us, then we are electing green parties with green ideas. We are selecting the products from green organizations. So you see how much is important, awareness and also the people's mindset. We have to educate them. This is so important. Furthermore, in local level, our model, if it's engaged 5%, we can see very strong shift in society already. And it means that we're opening the door for their local NGOs to work with the government, local municipalities, and to seek a solution. How to keep it clean as well. What we have to do as a society all together. And the solution is really simple. We have to come together to talk. We have to have the dialogue. In many countries, we don't have dialogue because it's really still like autocratical, this kind of hierarchical way of their societies. And we have to solve it in a look into perspective of local level. But reality, I do believe that we have to look really in global level. Because currently the waste problem in Africa is a waste problem, for example, for everyone, also to Estonia, Finland, Norway, to all the people around the world. Climate change is affecting so many huge countries and also religions. And at the political level, it means a lot of climate refugees for their other societies. And we have to know it. That's why everything what you're doing today is affecting everyone tomorrow. And this is really important to understand. Okay.
So, you talk about, again, that's necessary to teach young people. And the question is there enough school programs in the country about that? Or, like, when I was at school, we talk a lot about climate change programs, plastic in the ocean, and some more like, about solutions we can do. So we learned that we should save the water and buying local food, not for plastic. So is it enough knowledge in your school or countries?
Yes.
I think we are doing quite a lot in Estonia if you talk about one country, but I think it's not enough, definitely. So our school children take about also from the rural community because to say to bring people into the action is the best way to educate them actually. And 93% of the young people, nearly 40,000 school children went to the rural community in Sweden. But in our school systems, we don't have this kind of knowledge, and it's integrated to different kinds of topics. But it's not in other countries. So, for example, we have last year we worked in Namibia with 50 schools, and we tried to integrate climate change, how to segregate, what is the 5 Rs, what to recycle, what I can redesign, reuse, repurpose, rethink all these systems into Namibian 50 schools. And now we try to escalate this model also to other African countries. I think one thing is, you talk about Iceland and the educational system is not working well, absolutely do agree with this one. We also are not teaching the values. We are lacking in society these values. Really simple things. Don't waste what is in nature, people like the tree, an old person, really simple things. Instead of that, we are learning about something which is not related to the real life so much. And this is also where we're going to simple things, right? So I think firstly we have to bring to educational systems the values. Who I am as a person, what life I want to live, what is the world that I'm creating? Are we switching in educational systems? No, we have to start with this one. And then we can talk also about educate young people, what to do with this and that, and what is climate change, and what I have to, have in my mind in my life. Again, we are looking for the government here, but also as a parent, we can do this job as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for a very good question. I think, at least in our case, no, and that's also why we have the program that we have. Our founder, chemist Stefan, in 2009, he said that, there are many things that are great about the Norwegian school. We help those who need it. We try to bring everyone to an equal level, to have an equal start in life and equal opportunities. But what about those who succeed? What about those that have actually exponential potential to do something extraordinary that is above the average? And I think that's a culture that we have in the Nordics, that you're supposed to be better than anyone else. And I think in the kind of extreme climate change situation that we are in, particularly, we need people who are willing to go above and beyond and to like the extra step and go the extra mile. So that's what our program is about. And we're not an elitistic program, we're not an elite program for youth. We just really want to bring their cases and what they're engaged in and that sort of fire into whatever they would like to do. If that is law, if that is politics, if that is STEM, if that is entrepreneurship, to start a new business, something completely different. So I think that's really what our program is about, and really to encourage you to find solutions rather than maybe just discuss the problems, and what is the case in most schools, to really kind of go the extra step and open doors for them to see, okay, what life do I want to lead? What do I want to do in my life to actually bring change? So that's, I think, what kind of our program is about, and really supplementing the schools that is already there. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, as you mentioned, that Denmark, for example, did a lot of youngsters and also schools that have programs teaching about the solutions, showing how they can be active in those solutions. And at my school we have a SDG program, so that means that the school is trying to, we have nudging everywhere, the goals, and trying to act and behave out of those goals. I think it's important to also mention that in Denmark we have right now beginning of teaching the economics for young kids, so that the choices that they make in the future life when they grow up will be much better. So that's one part. And yes, of course, they're still lacking of concrete solutions for not just talking about the problem, but do something about it.
Just very shortly, I think another problem is that our education system very often are, underfunded, and usually when there's austerity measures, those are the kinds of programs that get cut, unfortunately, and because our focus is always on the core subjects, like maths and reading and so on, which is all very important, but I think we need to implicate environmental awareness, not just environmental studies, but environmental awareness needs to be implicated as a core subject, and for children from a young age, because we have to start from a young age. And I think absolutely this kind of studies need to be protected and funded as well.
Where to begin? Civil society ideas of sustainable living future. That's a lot of words. Sustainable words. Do we have words that describe continuous future? No, we don't. What to do about it? People have the right not to know. There are politicians, unfortunately, there are borders, priests, teachers. You should think that they have the responsibility to know. No. Also, they have the right not to know. If you're a politician and you are receiving future about perhaps information that prolongs life, biodiversity, prevents cancers, and such.
then you should think that they have the responsibility to take the information inside, receive it, and to do something about it. Yesterday I mentioned that we should outlearn things before we can learn new things. We should outlearn the need for government. We should outlearn the need for European Central Bank and Bank of International Settlements. We should outlearn many things, but I don't see the inclination or the will to do that in here. It's really unfortunate. I will not make a long speech, but I will make the necessary observations that we don't have spokespersons that represent decentralized automated organizations. We don't have anyone who represents blockchains, smart contracts, or how we can circumvent politicians that do not the main point that I advocate that we as individuals and the persons who use money and vote people to represent our wishes in elections, we should prepare the representation economy where there are no secrets. You are given the information. If you do badly, you will lose the perceived reputation from their own. You cannot buy good reputation. You can only lose it. You're there.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the comment. You wanted to add anything? Okay. I think we have come to the end of our panel. So with these comments, I think we are going to close the session. And before I do that, I would like to call on Vasily, if you have anything to say concerning the remaining part of the program. Now it's coffee break. Great. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. A big hand to our panelists. And thank you for the insight. And let's go on for our coffee. Thank you.
Let's do the picture. Joint picture.
Usually it's the late flights. Not the first flight.
No, it's to make it like about companies that are so they say everybody said that they have a problem with the number of flights they have. So but they apologize. Russia apologizes. They sorry, we apologize because they didn't have a flight available this morning. The flight from England to Amsterdam. So that's why they couldn't go from Amsterdam to England. And then I think but they say okay, and then you realize that the last night, you realize I got maybe at 6 in the morning. So you realize the last night we were late for work, so we cannot fly. You cannot fly, obviously, right? And then usually, and then the basic thing is that then I really
save ourselves first.
Yeah, no, but it's just you need someone who's glad to the places they go to work.
You can also have real life me as president of the bureau. If the president of the bureau does any tax violation, having all tax numbers reserved and closed, and businessman. I can run my business. Because of the responsibility, like I said, the responsibility of the house is on me. So everything is to be very, very tidy and clear. And they don't know how to do it. But even the tax office in roads doesn't know how to advise us to do it properly because they don't have any experience on that kind of work. So it's a challenge. That's why we usually are part of it. Now we're trying to.
But then you avoid the bureaucracy for the paperwork because when you are doing it, you have to do. Yeah, you have to do it anyway.
We're really
No, it's almost here.
No, I had water.
Yeah, I was very happy with the water too.
it's the same system.
Yeah, that would be good because I think it's very like public.
Yeah, but if,
Yeah, we can go to those.
yeah, it's this one. Oh, it's already.
Yeah.
I couldn't notice that.
Yeah.
Ma voglio praegu haldamist peale. Aga VGA ja siinpool ka VGA vastava haldamist edasiliikumisega. Aga proovisin täpselt sama raami teile
HP.
See on praegu, jaa, see on praegu Eesti, äkki see on, praegu on meie proovime äkki, meil on ainult üks USB, C, okay. This is my sitting here.
Wow, good.
Was it in the same thing?
Püüame näidata niiviisi palju.
Jah, väga raske.
Photoshop. What was a very good question you asked. Not in the comments you mentioned.
I comment with you.
Väike lisategus. Ja me 10 minuti pärast meil on töötab arutelu. Ei, meil on kõik siin tavaliselt, kui on ei ole üldisemalt, tegelikult see saab midagi, kuidas ma tegin seda praktikat ka, super.
See on sul ise olemas, teenib õpetaja kaasale juurde.
Just, ei ole mõtet mulle rohkem rääkida, vastus võib-olla tõsi, see on tunnid ja siis peame sööma. Päriselt on väga rohkem. No vot, see on tõesti.
maksused nagu hea Eestist rahvas või isegi organisatsioonid maailma No,
Yeah, working on it. It's, I think, from one next to four workshop. No, now it's a workshop. Yeah. So the SDGs. What do you know about
Very good. Oh,
green growth? Yeah, green growth. Let's do it. Like green growth.
Because this is a very large discussion. Yeah, I'm the same point. I can know it's not good, but it's the same point. But yeah, but it is very interesting by the law. Every company is going to sell on international I think the largest problem is that
Yeah, that's what
that is the largest problem because there is laws is against that companies. From my side, it's
No, how to make the same time. Okay, but then do you realize there is
are all of the sales or information
you need to change the law like that because for my side, I don't care about the company can do it everything, but like by the law, it's against it's like law is
the server
against
and then they go do it or not how to say it. So it's like it's kind of like
I have now the workshops. I'm not right now.
Okay, I hope you're back. So, we will have today two workshops. Two workshops which will be integrated SDG strategies and practices. How to construct change. The workshop which will be happening here. And we will have also the second workshop which will be about green growth and waste management. It will be in another room. You remember the room at the back, which will be led by Haiti. And the third workshop will be exchange of best practices, partnership, practicing them and how to reach the communities. After that, we will assemble here at the end, and then we will split basically or exchange some view in the three groups. One group will be developing the statement on behalf of the conference on circular economy and reducing overconsumption. The second group will be developing proposals for policymakers, recommendations. As you know, the Northern Council and the European Commission has particularly developed these recommendations for the civil society and government. We will look them through and update if you feel so. And the third group will be developing projects. As I promised the funders, we will develop real projects which could be funded and will be applied by this autumn in October, as I remember. Feel free to use our expertise if you need it, if you believe in your project. If it's really strong, then we will definitely apply all together if you're interested to be a partner in the program. I do believe in you that you will achieve those goals which we set right now. Please participate actively in the workshops, and if you don't know something, ask. And my workshop will be the third workshop, which will be discussing different best practices, etc., etc. So the first workshop will be here. The second workshop will be here. You will just the door will be closed in a second. And the third workshop will be here. So if you want to know more waste management, the best practices, how things is happening, you follow Haiti. You can take your staff, youngsters, adults, and go in the back room. I really suggest you. Yeah? Haiti? Here you are. Okay. Whoever wants to do management, again, maybe.
I'm not sure about the best practices.
But anyway, yeah. Okay. Jan, Christian, Adel, I'm really suggesting you. Michael is also you, if you want to. Then the second workshop will be with German. It will be at that side. Hopefully I also suggest you to join this meeting. Take your youngsters. And the third workshop will be here with me. So you want to join with German? I suggest you. And the workshop for me and the ambassador will be here. So you can come closer and sit down around. Workshop. Waste management and international collaboration. Second workshop will be the best SDG practices. So this is German. And the third workshop will be here. So we can sit around here. Yeah? Just around. Just take a chair.
Just bring the
Yeah, take a chair.
Sorry.
Третий workshop просто best practices есть.
Bring both. Bring both.
Лучшие практики для участия молодежи в изменениях на местном и региональном уровне. Например, ну, кстати, ты изучаешь журналистику, правильно? То тебе на самом деле вот эта практика лучше подойдет, это SDGs. Sustainable Development Goals. Цели устойчивого развития. So, if you want, I would really suggest you to listen to Haiti because she is quite interesting. Руслан, я тебе предложил сюда. У меня вот посол. Best practices. Best practices. Creative waste management. Руководство мусором, компании и так далее. Rudy, you're supposed to be in the list.
Yes, but I'm going to sign it.
Okay.
Because I know that.
Yeah, okay. So, Ambassador, the idea is the following: that so we need to formulate the recommendations for the governments. So, if you are from Brussels, first, what you could suggest me, hey, don't, Германс, вы начали уже? Просто надо администратору быстро сказать, чтобы они поставили стену здесь. Arapuduta, Tula meest rahvast teekorda. Yeah, the person will come and make it. We will be very silent. So, once again, you need to formulate recommendations in the national level. Yeah, recommendation here or in Belgium? Everywhere. European Union. But even in Brussels, the same problem happened here. Nothing changed. Even in Africa, it's the same problem. It's just different contexts. So there's a free field. The field is for the civil society, recommendation for civil society, like youth center, jeunesse center, then for local government, and for business, the company, and so on, the big companies who have the money and the wealth change. So think about local, when you are at the local level, what's the main problem in civil society at the local level? Giving you an example. So my problem is that when we talk about changes, people are not really ready to go out of box. Yeah, and also the question of perceptions. I remember Rudy has done a very good workshop last year in May about how we perceive from different angles. So put yourself as a civil society organization and what we have to do from our side and from the other side to change the problem. For example, we were in Göteborg just recently. We met with the local refugee organization, and we've been discussing whether you are aware about sustainable development goals. Just even about that, they not really was aware. Then I asked them, why? Because the school doesn't really produce any plunge. They're based on the major things and no values. So that's the problem. So they ask only the most important thing, what they think. What I think is most important is that you will be a human being. That's the first. And the second, you are able to discover, have adventure and discover yourself. Yes, right? Like, I like an African expression. If you want to go quickly, go this way, yeah. If you want to go longer, you go this way, right? So that my turn is the second one, not the first one. So think about, from your perceptions, what you see, for example, we started discovering from youngsters that they are not changing their own habits. They're following the habits of the parents and what they see. So I understand we need a leadership. A good leader, a good young leader who will become like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. So they will be spreading the message over there. So this is the civil society, for example. For the government, as I've been working in the government, I see a big problem with communication with different departments. The understanding of the papers. Because one is reading this way, another one is not. And the third problem is, of course, everyone is fighting for their own budget, but they don't really do the research
is, for example, everywhere right now, if we talk about governmental level, they have the money for young people especially, for social programs. There's everything on board. Let's help Ukrainians, what about not only Ukrainians, it's other refugees and so on. Where's the equality, fundamental rights, etc., etc. So this kind of, you can switch off now. So all these kind of questions. So think about them and from your perspective, first of all, and then we can discuss about in general. You could use the paper, write something from your perspective, but later on the big paper, put the summary. Okay? So three fields. The civil society field, what we have to change, the same question I have basically asked already gave you. What we have to change in the civil society field, and what are kind of problems you admit. One side is problems, right? Second side is solutions. Yeah. Civil society, government, and business. Yeah. I'll give you an example.
What was the first one? Social?
Civil society, société civile, oui. Civil society. Problems, solutions. And the second one, government, oui. And business, the same. From your perspective, so I see that the business doesn't really care about the social responsibility. They came, they took everything what they want. When I was in Argentina, I saw that people in Argentina, they are very poor. And the Coca-Cola came in the region, took all the resources, the best one, and they gone. So what the people left with? Nothing. And the same question. Okay, we talk about waste management, right? But why then Sweden or Norway will not build the same this manufacturers which will help to burn the rubbish and produce the energy and gain from that? So it's also the question of the business. Yeah, something like that. Easy, no rush. We have basically 1.5 hours for that. I'll tell you what time we finish by 1:30. Even more. 2:30. Sorry, 2:30 we finish. And then we have.
You have 2 hours.
Oh no. Wait. 2:32. Yeah, 2 o'clock. Yeah, 2 hours. 2 hours. Merci.
And it's about all SDG or?
Yeah, you can select any SDGs which you are.
Okay. Est-ce que vous savez ce que c'est les SDG?
Non.
Donc, pour être bref, il y a donc 17 objectifs de développement durable qui ont été décidés. Sustainable Development. Par exemple, il y avait la lutte contre la pauvreté, le fait que tout le monde a accès à l'eau, l'éducation, etc. Donc au début c'était prévu d'avoir des résultats assez vite, mais actuellement on est jusqu'à 2030, donc parce qu'on n'a vraiment pas obtenu les résultats qu'on voulait. Et donc nous aussi nous travaillons dans le cadre, quand nous allons au Burkina, c'est par exemple l'accès à l'eau, c'est un des puits avec les puits de forage qu'on fait, mais aussi l'accès à l'éducation. Donc voilà. Bon, malheureusement, je ne sais pas ici en dessous des yeux, parce qu'on aurait pu avoir des. Voilà, oui. Bon, on peut regarder toujours sur Internet, on va les trouver. En plus, ils sont donnés sous forme de. Vous avez vu les couleurs, là, une sorte de puzzle avec les couleurs, là vous les voyez. Mais donc, en quelque sorte, le développement aussi. On doit se développer, donc il y a un manque de développement énorme même dans nos pays européens, dans l'Ouest. Et donc là, c'est regarder qu'est-ce que nous, quelle est la problématique. Par exemple, au niveau local. Donc, et nous, qu'est-ce que nous constatons en tant que société civile, parce qu'on fait partie d'une société, et donc qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait donner comme solution? Par exemple,
moi, je pense que la première chose à faire, et qui s'applique en fait au tolérant, c'est qu'il y ait un dialogue, une concertation. Parce que si le gouvernement s'enferme dans ses bureaux et essaye de trouver des solutions sans consulter la communauté d'affaires, les community, ni la société civile, il va sortir des décisions qui ne vont pas marcher parce qu'elles ne vont pas bien. Donc, moi je pense que la première recommandation, c'est de créer un espace de dialogue. Que ce soit dans le cadre d'un framework bien établi, avec des personnes qui sont identifiées et qui sont choisies par leur communauté, soit par la consultation populaire, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut qu'il y ait, j'imagine, la possibilité, en utilisant par exemple les plateformes, avoir la possibilité pour les citoyens de donner leur avis sur ce qui doit être fait au niveau gouvernemental et au niveau de la communauté des affaires. Moi, je pense que ça, c'est la première chose à faire, c'est engager le dialogue, écouter les autres, pour que, par la suite, les décisions qui seront proposées, adoptées et mises en place par le gouvernement, qu'il soit au niveau fédéral ou au niveau local, soient des recommandations ou des décisions qui sont acceptées parce que la société civile et la communauté des affaires a participé. Ah oui, c'est ça. Donc, à mon avis, c'est un dialogue qu'il faut engager.
Il y a quelqu'un qui va prendre un peu note et présenter. Oui. Après, je pense que c'est bien aussi que ça vient de vous pour la présentation.
Oui, bien sûr.
L'un d'entre vous fera la présentation. C'est en français. Ok. Pour moi, il y a autre chose juste pour vous mettre sur le chemin. Je pense qu'il est nécessaire aussi, c'est, comme vous avez dit tout à l'heure aussi, mais c'est sur tout le niveau de la communauté ou du gouvernement ou du business, c'est la compréhension de la problématique. Parce qu'assez souvent, on commence à trouver des solutions pour des problèmes qu'il n'y a pas, qui n'existent pas. Donc, moi, je pense que ça aussi me semble très important.
Excusez-moi, comment je peux formuler qu'il faut engager un dialogue entre les personnes qui sont là et les
We need to establish a dialogue between government, business and civil society.
Les trois parties.
Alors, d'abord pour comprendre, to understand the issues, et deux, pour essayer de trouver des solutions conjointes. Sorry? We will be using it later, yes. Not immediately.
Take the paper and then you can do the course.
Okay.
I hope that the pencils are...
I like this.
Ils sont mûrement réfléchis.
Et mon avis, ce dialogue doit être inclusif. C'est-à-dire qu'il ne faut pas seulement, par exemple, allez, on va dire par exemple, il ne faut pas exclure les migrants, par exemple. Il ne faut pas exclure les franges pauvres de la population. Il faut qu'il y ait, on ne peut pas exclure par exemple les populations rurales. Il faut qu'ils soient inclusifs. Tout le monde y participe.
et avec une réelle participation.
Voilà. Et ça peut se faire à divers niveaux, ça peut se faire dans les grandes réunions, ce qu'on appelle les city halls, et ça peut se faire également par voie électronique, par les plateformes qui peuvent.
Vivant maintenant, c'est un peu la question que je pose. Vivant maintenant, la question que je pose, c'est quelles sont pour vous les problématiques sur lesquelles on doit avoir un dialogue avec la société civile, donc c'est-à-dire nous, mais également avec ceux qui gouvernent, soit localement, soit à un niveau plus élevé, et aussi au niveau de tout ce qui est business.
Moi, personnellement, je trouve que les gens qui sont vraiment sur le terrain, qui sont plus susceptibles de rencontrer les problèmes entre guillemets de la société, ça veut dire entre guillemets les gens lambda, on va dire, les gens lambda, on va dire, de la société comme nous, par exemple, imaginez-moi, on n'a pas accès assez à la parole par rapport à notre politique.
Donc, une problématique déjà, quand je les souviens, c'est un manque d'accès à la parole.
C'est un manque d'accès, mais ceci, en fait, comment dire, il n'y a pas un effort de compréhension. Ça veut dire qu'ils parlent de choses qu'ils connaissent pas.
Tu parles de qui, des gens
par exemple, il y a des politiques,
oui.
Ils vont parler de sujets, ils vont traiter des sujets auxquels ils ne sont pas confrontés au quotidien comme nous.
D'accord, ils sont quelque part dans le pouvoir.
Exactement.
Ouais.
Si c'est pas dans le délit.
Je dois noter ça.
Oui, donc moi je pense que c'est.
Je sais pas où le noter.
Bon, je pense que c'est un peu. On passe déjà maintenant, c'est.
Ah non, non.
Oui, non, mais parce que moi, ce que je voulais dire, c'est qu'on a plus ou moins touché à ce concept en disant que c'est inclusif.
Ouais, c'est ça que j'allais dire, c'est ça.
Oui, mais il y a quand même la problématique qui reste où tu signales, nous, c'est-à-dire monsieur tout le monde, n'a pas accès à.
C'est que, en fait, c'est ça que je voulais dire. C'est plus loin que ça. Ce que je voulais dire, c'est que justement, pourquoi il ne pourrait pas y avoir, par exemple, justement, un migrant, un réfugié, qui soit dans les décisions importantes.
Oui.
C'est-à-dire, parce qu'un dialogue. Parce que. Ouais, mais non, parce que là, dans ce que nous on a dit, un dialogue, ça reste un échange. Mais c'est pas une prise de décision.
Non, ce que je voulais dire, c'est qu'il faut qu'il y ait un dialogue pour comprendre les problèmes. Donc, tous ces groupes, les migrants, les jeunes, les femmes, les handicapés, tous ces groupes-là participent et chacun énonce ses problématiques. Et donc, on va tout écouter, on va tout enregistrer en termes de prise de conscience. Et une fois qu'on aura établi ce grand panneau avec les différentes problématiques de différents secteurs, c'est à ce moment-là qu'on va passer à la deuxième étape de la recherche de solutions à ces problèmes. Et ce sera à ce moment-là, au niveau donc de cette discussion, qu'ils feront les mêmes fiches que nous. Problématique, solution.
Donc, pour nous, c'est surtout la société civile qui essaye de transposer par après. Qu'est-ce que cela voudrait dire au niveau politique, au niveau business?
J'ai mis l'étape suivante étant de trouver des solutions et de mettre réellement en place.
Et les solutions doivent être des solutions
portées par les trois.
Oui, portées par les trois, parce que par la suite, il ne faut pas que l'une des parties dise ah non, moi je ne suis pas concerné.
Et les solutions doivent être d'un commun accord.
Oui, portées par les trois piliers.
Collégial.
Mais doivent être collégiennes.
Oui, c'est-à-dire accepté par tout le monde, quoi. Enfin, mise en place par tout le monde et accepté par tout le monde. Sinon, on s'en sortira jamais.
Comment la communauté sera jamais un peu plus
Oui, mais bon, il y a un dénominateur commun.
Non, mais parce qu'on a tous le même problème, mais ils sont obligés d'être d'accord. Dans le sens où, par exemple, imaginons demain on dit le voile c'est un problème. Tu vois, c'est les personnes qui sont concernées qui vont venir. Tu vois, celui qui vient pour mettre son verre, tu vas le voir directement, tu vas dire son verre et pas sur tes causes. Mais en général, ceux qui viennent, par exemple, le problème du voile, ils vont c'est un problème entre guillemets commun. Donc ça veut dire que tu trouves une solution commune. Tu vois, ou des solutions. C'est les personnes concernées. Tu vois ce que je veux dire quand je parle de problème, tu vois. Oui, je te donne un exemple, les migrants. Ils ont le problème des réfugiés, etc. Ils doivent arriver jusqu'ici. Okay? Ils ont tous les mêmes problèmes. Je vois toi un migrant, il va venir, il va dire en mode ah ouais non, moi je préfère. Tu vois ce que je veux dire en mode ah ouais non, je suis pas d'accord, c'est bien qu'ils ferment les frontières. Tu vois ce que je veux dire, ils ont tous le même problème.
Il faut faire.
Mais de toutes les façons, dans toutes les décisions, il y a ce qu'on appelle des exceptions. Donc, vous prenez la décision sur la base de ce qui est commun à la majorité. Mais vous laissez également une petite ouverture pour les minorités, ceux qui ont des problèmes particuliers, spécifiques, et cette petite entrée leur permettra par la suite, eux aussi, de trouver des solutions pour leurs problèmes.
Il y a aussi des méthodologies de décision vers le consensus, il y a aussi le consensus, c'est-à-dire qu'on laisse toujours l'ouverture, donc il y a un statement qui est fait, il y a une décision qui est prise, moi-même vous pouvez dire ok je suis d'accord, je suis déjà d'accord, ou je veux que telle ou telle modification soit faite.
Par exemple, vous prenez le monde rural, les agriculteurs, okay? Ils ont des problèmes communs. Ils ont des problèmes d'eau, par exemple, ils ont des problèmes de semences, ils ont des problèmes de ravitaillement de bétail, ils ont des problèmes au niveau du transport, ils ont des problèmes au niveau de l'administration qui n'est pas très proche d'eux, ils ont des problèmes en commun. Ensuite, dans ce cadre de population, vous avez des gens qui ont des problèmes spécifiques. Il y a un agriculteur qui va lever la main et va dire écoutez, moi j'ai un problème qui concerne des parasites qui attaquent mes arbres fruitiers. Mais c'est seulement dans sa localité à lui. Donc, on règle le problème, on trouve une solution commune pour les agriculteurs concernant par exemple l'eau, mais également on laisse une petite porte d'accès pour cet agriculteur.
Donc je pense que là aussi c'est vraiment trouver un bon équilibre dans ce qui ressemble comme le problème pour nous et le problème spécifique.
Oui. Oui. Bon, moi je ne veux pas monopoliser la parole parce qu'en fait, réellement, c'est à vous de le donner parce que je reste sur ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure. Ce n'est pas à moi de trouver la solution pour vous parce que l'avenir est le vôtre. C'est vous qui allez par la suite assumer ces responsabilités par moi. Donc, c'est à vous de les. Mais moi, je pense qu'il y a quand même quelque chose de très important. C'est-à-dire que je peux, si tu permets, je parle au nom de Aurélie et moi-même. Nous, on est là pour simplement partager avec vous notre expérience. Vous l'acceptez, c'est bien. Vous l'acceptez pas, c'est votre décision. On n'a pas de problème. Donc, ce que je voulais dire en fait, c'est que il y a ce dialogue, mais également sur ces trois éléments, il y a quelque chose qui les lie. Ma façon de voir les choses, c'est que le gouvernement, il a une responsabilité macro. C'est-à-dire, c'est le gouvernement qui doit décider de la stratégie globale sur le plan macro. Ensuite, il y a le business, la communauté d'affaires, qui doit, elle, se mettre en ordre de bataille pour appliquer les différentes étapes, les différents éléments de la stratégie pour arriver aux objectifs qui sont consignés dans la stratégie. Et là, et cette stratégie peut engendrer pour les business soit la réduction de leur production, soit le changement de leur mode de production, soit également une nouvelle conception qui est basée sur l'innovation et la technologie. Ensuite, tout. Mais est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, il est préférable d'investir dans ça, qui va assurer une pérennité au niveau des générations futures, ou alors investir dans autre chose qui sera bien vu et qui sera utile pour les politiques pour se faire réélire, mais qui ne sera jamais bonne pour le citoyen sur le long terme.
Je suis d'accord avec ce que vous dites, mais d'un côté, ce que je me dis aussi, c'est qu'en général, il vaut mieux traiter un problème avant que ça devienne un problème, qu'après que ce soit devenu un problème. Exemple, prendre à la racine. Et c'est ce que tu as soulevé tout à l'heure, c'est-à-dire l'éducation. Ça veut dire que si maintenant le problème, imaginons, c'est parce que, on parle par exemple ici de la pollution, l'évolution, etc. Mais ça aussi, c'est dans l'éducation. Ou alors justement que, par exemple moi, en cours d'histoire en Belgique, ou même en France, parce que moi je suis en France, on ne va jamais parler forcément d'histoire d'Afrique, parler même justement de migrants, etc. Donc il n'y a pas ça au niveau scolaire, il n'y a pas cette éducation-là. C'est-à-dire qu'on apprend par exemple l'histoire de la Belgique, tac-tac, le code de vie, mais c'est tout. On n'apprend pas plus que ça, on n'a pas d'éducation culturelle. Ça veut dire que ça, pour moi, et ça dès le plus jeune âge. Au lieu qu'ils aillent apprendre des trucs bizarres, c'est ça pour nous.
Mais vous touchez exactement le point essentiel. Parce que ça s'appelle le problème de la compréhension générationnelle. Quand j'étais à l'école, l'enseignement qu'on m'a prodigué, c'est un enseignement qui était basé sur une vision de l'éducation qui a été mise en place par les grands-parents. Ok? Et donc, mes professeurs m'ont inculqué cette éducation qui est basée sur un certain nombre de problématiques réelles, mais qui ne sont pas nécessairement des problématiques d'avenir. Quand moi, aujourd'hui, j'assume des responsabilités, évidemment, c'est ce que je disais tout à l'heure au nom de Rudy, c'est que nous, on a acquis une certaine expérience basée sur notre vécu. Mais vous regardez le monde différemment. Vous le voyez différemment. Je ne peux pas, moi, aujourd'hui, voir comme vous les problèmes qui vont venir. Parce que vous avez un prisme de lecture qui est totalement différent du mien.
Et un champ d'expérience aussi.
Vous me donnez un problème aujourd'hui, je vais le résoudre par les formules que j'ai acquises il y a 40 ans. Ça ne servira à rien. Ça ne servira absolument à rien. Donc c'est pour ça que je dis, c'est que cet regard tourné vers l'avenir, c'est vous. Donc il y a, nous on peut vous aider en partageant avec vous nos analyses, notre point de vue, sur la base du vécu que nous avons, mais moi je ne peux pas aller au-delà de cette vision d'avenir qui est forgée en moi par une certaine éducation que j'ai reçue de la part de mes parents et de l'école. Je ne peux pas aller au-delà. Donc, en fait, il y a cette... presque, je dirais, c'est de la prospective. C'est presque de la prospective. Vous voyez par exemple aujourd'hui l'utilisation de tous ces moyens de communication de social media. Nous, on les utilise, mais on ne les comprend pas.
Non.
On les utilise, mais on ne les comprend pas. Et je vous assure, c'est vital. C'est vital. Mais moi, je ne peux pas aller au-delà de cette utilisation basique. Vous voyez les problèmes de cette... Vous voyez l'utilisation mais vous voyez également les problèmes. Et quand vous voyez les problèmes, vous voyez également comment pourrait être la solution. Moi, je ne la vois pas. Donc, c'est cet exercice-là qui est, à mon sens... Mais pour revenir donc, au lien de ces trois-là, donc, on a beaucoup parlé durant la conférence de la nécessité d'avoir des réglementations écologiques. Donc ça, c'est le rôle du gouvernement. Parce que le business, s'il ne se sent pas obligé de changer sa méthode de travail, il ne le fera jamais. Il le fera jamais. L'exemple que je connais le mieux, c'est la pandémie. Covid. Covid est arrivé à un moment où on a pensé que la globalisation et la loi du marché allaient tout résoudre. Or, il s'est avéré que c'est le contraire. Tout a collapsé. On a fait confiance au marché, mais le marché nous a trahis. Aujourd'hui, c'est-à-dire le concept ancien était que on délocalise, on va en Chine, en Inde, au Vietnam, un peu partout, parce que c'est moins cher. Donc, sur la liste des priorités pour le business, il y a le coût qui vient en premier. On a démontré que c'était une erreur fondamentale. Et aujourd'hui, quand vous parlez à la communauté des affaires, la priorité, c'est la proximité et l'accessibilité. La garantie de la chaîne d'approvisionnement. C'est ça les trois premières priorités. Ensuite vient le coût. Donc, ce que je voulais dire, c'est que on ne peut pas être à 100% convaincu d'un système parce que le système repose sur la nature humaine et la nature humaine est faillible. C'est ça. Et donc aujourd'hui, quand vous ouvrez un peu les manuels, vous allez trouver le système Schwab, le système, le 3BW, vous avez le Global Gateway européen, vous avez la route de la soie chinoise et tout ce que vous voulez. Mais tout va dans le même sens, c'est-à-dire créer un nouveau modèle de développement dans lequel nos pays, à nous, nous avons absolument aucune emprise dessus. Nous allons le subir. Bon ou mauvais, nous allons le subir. Voilà. Donc, c'est pour ça que tout à l'heure, je me suis laissé un peu emporter par mon émotion pour dire que les jeunes aujourd'hui, il ne faut pas les laisser dehors. Il faut qu'ils soient à l'intérieur. Il faut qu'ils soient autour de la table. Il faut qu'ils disent non, c'est pas comme ça. Il faut qu'ils nous disent non, vous faites fausse route.
En Belgique, il n'y a pratiquement pas de jeunes qui font. Parce qu'ils comprennent. Après aussi en Belgique, c'est un peu particulier parce qu'il y a c'est très raciste. Il y a Bruxelles, la Wallonie et la Flandre. C'est divisé en trois. C'est-à-dire que c'est limite trois gouvernements. Il y a un francophone, flamand, et puis après Bruxelles, c'est un peu un francophone. Ça veut dire que ouais, c'est compliqué. C'est vraiment compliqué. Ça veut dire que pour aller voter, c'est chaud. On se comprend quand même en fait.
Oui, je comprends, je comprends. Mais moi, je dis que peut-être, en fait, c'est pas parce que ils ne le comprennent pas ou qu'ils ne veulent pas participer. C'est peut-être dû au fait qu'ils ne s'identifient pas à ce système.
Exactement.
Parce que si vous prenez un système compliqué, il faut aller voir en Suisse. Alors là, et pourtant, le taux de participation est très élevé. Parce que la jeunesse suisse s'identifie, se reconnaît un peu. Donc, à mon avis, c'est très très important que la jeunesse aujourd'hui puisse s'identifier à un système de gouvernement, à un système social dans lequel, d'abord, ils ont une place, deuxièmement, dans lequel ils s'identifient, ils se reconnaissent. Sinon, ça ne marche pas.
Mais tu sais ce qui se passe chez nous dans notre organisation, on a changé depuis
qui étaient connus pour être réellement de très gros producteurs de céréales, qui sont obligés aujourd'hui, parce qu'il y a plus d'eau, de changer carrément de production.
Le pétrole, c'est légal.
Le pétrole moi je dirais que déjà on a pensé à l'alternative. Non, pas seulement. Moi je parle des sources d'énergie. Le pétrole comme source d'énergie.
Le gaz, c'est fossile.
Oui, mais on est en train aujourd'hui de travailler sur des solutions qui vont éliminer carrément le pétrole. Totalement. Je parle de la fusion, la nouvelle technologie de la fusion, qui est en fait le processus exactement l'inverse de la fission qui produit le nucléaire. La fission, c'est lorsque vous prenez des atomes, vous les séparez, vous les scindez. Et donc cette opération crée de l'énergie. La fusion, c'est le contraire. Vous le prenez et vous les remettez ensemble. Et cette opération crée de l'énergie. Et vous pouvez, pour une fraction aujourd'hui de ta production, tu peux éclairer un primitif. Et c'est une source qui... Pardon oui, mais c'est encore au stade c'est exactement comme je l'ai dit, le contraire de la fission. C'est-à-dire que, en fait, s'il y a un problème, vous éteignez, enfin vous fermez l'interrupteur et tout ça. Alors il n'y a pas le phénomène en chaîne, comme le nucléaire. Parce que le nucléaire, quand il y a un problème, par exemple de refroidissement, c'est déjà la chaîne est enclenchée. Vous ne pouvez plus l'arrêter. La fusion, c'est le contraire. Vous fermez l'interrupteur et tout s'arrête. Tout, il n'y a plus rien.
C'est toute une discussion. Mais peut-être ce qui sera bien aussi, c'est prendre, je pense qu'il y a une stratégie de base, on a vu plus ou moins une vision de base, mais qu'on regarde aussi à partir de la Belgique, parce que dans mais quelques problématiques,
c'est les mêmes.
Oui, c'est les mêmes partout, mais dire quelles sont les problématiques qu'on rencontre aujourd'hui. Moi, je pense déjà énumérer quelques-uns et approfondir quel pourrait être notre rapport par rapport à cette problématique. Qu'est-ce qu'on attend des politiciens et qu'est-ce qu'on attend aussi du monde du business aujourd'hui.
Déjà, on a, pour le gouvernement, comme vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure, l'un des problèmes, c'est le manque d'écoute, le manque de compréhension. Déjà, vous avez identifié deux problèmes majeurs. Et le manque de communication aussi. Trois éléments.
Chez nous, c'est les textes de loi, c'est ce que j'ai dit hier aussi, les textes de loi qui apparaissent.
Tous les gouvernements sont comme ça. Et le manque de communication. Les solutions, c'est d'engager un dialogue inclusif avec tous les composants, toutes les composantes de la société.
Moi, je ne vais pas poser, mais c'est quelque chose qui me tient très à cœur, c'est tout ce qui touche à la chaîne alimentaire et comment ça se développe et qu'est-ce que nous pouvons faire, qu'est-ce qu'on attend par rapport au gouvernement, mais aussi par rapport aux producteurs.
Oui, c'est-à-dire que, absolument, parce que d'un côté, vous avez la responsabilité du gouvernement qui est d'assurer la nourriture de sa population. Et de l'autre côté, vous avez les agriculteurs qui subissent les effets, les contre-coups du changement climatique et qui sont obligés, pour des raisons économiques, de changer les cultures. Et donc, là, vous avez déjà une problématique et un dilemme.
Ça, c'est un prochain point.
que pourquoi ils le mettent en vente? Parce qu'ils prennent après, c'est différent, mais par exemple en Belgique, il y a des taxes. Il y a des choses qu'ils les mettent en vente. Parce que, exemple, si vraiment on veut stopper un problème, les cigarettes en France, en Belgique. Et si vraiment, il y a combien de gens qui meurent de cancer des cigarettes? Si vraiment ils veulent stopper, pourquoi ils ne l'arrêtent pas? Il y a deux problèmes. Pourquoi est-ce qu'ils ne l'arrêtent pas? Premier problème, et c'est le plus grave pour moi, parce que ça tue des gens. Et on est trop d'humains sur la terre. Et c'est inférieur. Il ne faut pas le dire comme ça. Mais c'est réel, il y a trop d'humains sur la terre. Les cigarettes, ça tue des gens. Deuxième problème, c'est l'économie. Les gens qui gagnent beaucoup trop d'argent avec ça.
Oui et non. Je suis d'accord avec la première partie. La deuxième partie, parce que c'est vrai qu'ils gagnent énormément d'argent. Mais également, il faut regarder combien coûtent les soins d'un malade du cancer.
C'est l'État qui paye ça?
Bien sûr. Donc en réalité, ils ont intérêt à l'interdire.
Il y a plus de gens qui fument et surtout qui fument. Parce que par exemple, la personne qui a fumé, avant qu'il ait eu le cancer, imaginons, mon grand-père a eu le cancer, au moins il a fumé, il est accessible qu'on a fumé depuis petit, ça veut dire de ses 11 ans, je crois, 10-11 ans, jusqu'à maintenant. Jusqu'à ce qu'il ait eu le cancer, ça veut dire qu'il l'a eu quand il avait 7 ans. Un peu plus, mais on va dire 7 ans. Ça veut dire qu'il a fumé pendant 60 ans minimum. Pendant ces 60 ans, combien de cigarettes, paquets de cigarettes il a acheté, qui avant ça a été beaucoup plus, il a beaucoup plus dépensé que ce que l'État a mis pour le soigner. Ça, qu'on parle d'une personne, sachant que ce n'est pas toutes les personnes qui fument qui ont des cancers. Ouais, il y en a qui sont trop vieux.
Je parle d'une chose. Je reste un peu sur la chaîne alimentaire, mais comment on force à avoir tout ce qu'on veut. Aujourd'hui, par exemple, quand moi j'étais petit, les fraises, je parle d'une chose très bête, c'était une certaine période, c'était les fraises locales, et on n'avait pas ça.
Tu parles des arômes, tout ça.
Mais aujourd'hui, on force toute une chaîne, on a une pression là-dessus, on utilise n'importe quel produit. On voit un web, tu as tes fraises.
Oui, absolument. Donc en fait, le problème pour la semi-society, c'est la surconsommation et la consommation en dehors des besoins.
Oui, c'est ça.
Donc en fait, la recommandation serait de ne pas se priver, mais plutôt de consommer intelligent. Quand je dis consommer intelligent, c'est-à-dire consommer en fonction de ses besoins, en fonction de ce qui est utile, et de consommer ce qu'on produit.
Selon la disponibilité et permettre de forcer là-dessus.
Mais
c'est quoi la solution? Parce que
la solution, c'est en fait, c'est de consommer de manière intelligente. C'est consommer intelligent. En fonction des vrais besoins, en fonction de ce qui est produit et en fonction de ce qui est utile. C'est pas la peine d'acheter un gadget, comme on a dit pour la conférence, d'acheter un gadget parce qu'il était beau, il était machin, et puis on va l'utiliser pendant 2-3 jours, et puis on l'utilise dans un
aussi en respectant, je dirais, la réelle disponibilité. Parce que si aujourd'hui il y a un climat qui est complètement bousillé, c'est parce qu'on a mis des forces là-dessus aussi qui ont fait que.
Ça va, t'as pas su?
Sans perturber la nature.
Moi je dirais, oui, sans perturber la nature, mais oui, sans le rythme naturel, c'est quelque chose qui sont disponibles. Je pense que c'est extrêmement important.
Oui, c'est-à-dire qu'en fait, on a créé le problème d'approvisionnement à cause des sous-secs.
Non, c'est le commerce, mais c'est
là maintenant,
C'est
c'est
quoi
en Europe.
le problème? Parce que là, j'ai fait
Le problème, c'est qu'actuellement, c'est
le travail de la société civile de forcer.
Donc la solution, c'était législation.
Oui, il faut légiférer dans le sens de la, disons, de la protection.
Ça, c'est la faute du gouvernement, c'est une sorte de qui sert pratiquement à rien. C'est quand parce qu'on parlait des choses utiles, acheter des choses utiles.
Non, c'est-à-dire que quand on dit acheter des choses utiles, c'est-à-dire, bien sûr, vous avez besoin, excusez-moi pour le terme comme ça, mais vous avez besoin du cocotte minute. Ok? On l'achète. Mais on n'a pas besoin d'un. Voilà. Voilà. On n'a pas besoin de ça. Mais ce produit existe sur le marché. Le gouvernement ne peut pas dire allez, on interdit les micro-ondes. Mais il peut dire qu'on interdit les micro-ondes dont la consommation électrique dépasse les 1200 watts. Il peut légiférer. Et c'est ça justement ce dont on a besoin. Il ne faut pas se priver de choses. Il faut être intelligent.
bon, de l'autre côté, je pense que c'est toujours important de regarder aussi quel est l'impact de certains choix sur la globalité de la qualité de l'eau.
Excuse-moi, je voudrais savoir sur ça, parce qu'on a une solution sur la chaîne alimentaire.
Bon, sur la chaîne alimentaire, on a déjà aussi.
Oui, mais si on les a mis dans civil société, je les ai mis dans. Parce que chaîne alimentaire, c'est le gouvernement.
Le gouvernement peut, par exemple, interdire certaines importations à un certain moment. Ça peut être un exemple bien précis.
On interdit par exemple l'huile de palme pour des raisons de santé. On peut interdire autre chose. On interdit actuellement l'importation de certains jouets de Chine. Pour certaines raisons, on peut également légiférer pour dire qu'on n'importe plus, il est interdit d'importer n'importe quoi, le maïs.
Alors, par exemple, insecticides.
Pour des raisons d'insecticides. On peut interdire les OGM, les organismes génétiquement modifiés, les OGM, qui permettent une grande production agricole. Par exemple, le maïs. Aujourd'hui, aux États-Unis, 90% du maïs aux États-Unis, c'est des OGM, c'est des organismes génétiquement modifiés. Et qui sont, désolé de le dire, mais ils sont particulièrement cancérigènes. Mais ça permet de tripler la production. Tripler la production.
Mais après, d'un autre point de vue, au niveau des fois écologique, là, il y a des productions, enfin non, parce qu'eux ils font de la surconsommation, mais ils ont trouvé certaines, par exemple comme aux États-Unis, il y a des grandes serres. Il y a des serres où ils produisent par exemple des légumes, des fruits, etc. Et ça permet de moins déforester.
Peut-être de manière immédiate et directe, mais en long terme, ça crée une énorme déforestation.
Par exemple, ce qu'on pourrait aussi interdire, c'est une surproduction. Moi, je vois des pays, par exemple, j'étais dernièrement au Togo et en Burkina. Et donc là aussi, on consomme beaucoup plus d'ananas que ce qu'on peut faire quelque chose avec. Donc, cela veut dire que ce qui se passe, la saison est terminée, on est avec des tonnes d'ananas qui ne sont pas utilisées, qui ont demandé beaucoup d'investissement parce que c'est une plante assez délicate, ils ne sont pas conservables. Donc voilà, là, je pense que c'est.
Il y a la même chose avec la viande, il y a beaucoup plus d'animaux, il y a des tonnes de viande qui sont jetées, j'avais vu une étude sur ça et tout.
Le pain?
Ouais.
Le pain, le riz aussi. En Sicile aussi, j'ai vu ça avec des oranges, des tonnes d'oranges qui sont.
C'est une question d'hygiène.
Non, mais il y a autre chose qui est beaucoup plus terrible, c'est que le produit soi-disant périmé
c'est économique. Ça, c'est ce qu'on doit demander ou exiger des c'est-à-dire qu'il ne faut plus jeter parce qu'on doit continuer cette chaîne de production, mais on doit soit recycler, soit participer à... parce qu'aujourd'hui, on constate que avec les difficultés économiques, les difficultés liées à l'environnement, au climat, tout ça, il y a une augmentation extraordinaire de pauvreté. Donc les business ne doivent pas tout simplement regarder le gain économique, mais plutôt aussi participer à cette chaîne. D'ailleurs, moi je l'ai mis un peu dans les papiers, il faut réfléchir en termes d'économie non seulement circulaire, mais elle doit être aussi alors il faut que ce soit une économie circulaire mais solidaire.
Il y a aussi un autre problème, et ça c'est peut-être par rapport aussi aux chaînes, pas chaîne alimentaire, mais chaîne de production, c'est que, après c'est bien parce qu'il y a des organisations comme Oxfam, tout ça et tout, mais les agriculteurs, on va dire, tout ce qui est, après souvent tout ce qui est ruraliste et tout, on va dire, par exemple ceux qui vendent des œufs, qui vendent même des matières premières, souvent ils se font écraser par le marché. Et ils sont obligés d'adapter leur prix, ils se font arnaquer. Exemple, on va aller par exemple, on va dire dans la campagne, quelqu'un qui vend du lait, il a des vaches, il prend son lait, etc. Maintenant, quand il y a des plus grosses sociétés qui arrivent sur le marché, ils mettent des meilleurs prix, ils cassent les prix pour de la qualité moins bonne. Et le problème, c'est qu'après, ça veut dire qu'ils sont obligés de s'adapter et leur marge est trop. Parce que les autres ils font quoi? Ils mettent, comme on a dit, des OGM, des trucs comme ça, ils font des scientifiques. La quantité, c'est ça. Tandis que celui qui vient et qui fait son lait avec la vache, il doit nourrir la vache. Il faut compter le coût de nourrir la vache, la faire manger, la cuisiner.
Et là, c'est important ce que vous dites. Et là, c'est le gouvernement qui doit impérativement fixer un prix minimum pour les produits de ces gens-là. Par exemple, vous prenez...
Ça, c'est la solution.
Oui. Par exemple, le problème, c'est... C'est-à-dire il y a un problème entre les petits producteurs et les grandes chaînes d'approvisionnement. C'est-à-dire que, par exemple, vous prenez le lait, le gouvernement légifère, il décide que le litre de lait à la production, pas à la vente, à la production, c'est-à-dire celui, comme tu viens de dire, qui va traire sa vache et produire du lait, quand il le vend à la centrale laitière pour en faire le lait qui sera mis dans les papiers, ou bien en faire des yaourts, ou bien faire autre chose, ou du beurre, machin, la transformation, le producteur doit le vendre à un certain prix. Non, il le vend à un certain prix. Par exemple, le gouvernement décide qu'à la vente, le producteur vend son lait à, je dis, à 1 € le litre. Par exemple.
Je vais fixer des prix minimums basés sur les producteurs.
Oui, pour protéger les petits producteurs. Dans la conférence, on a parlé, il y a quelqu'un qui a dit je suis obligé d'aller au supermarché parce que je n'ai pas le petit magasin à côté de moi. C'est exactement ça. Parce que le petit magasin ne peut pas survivre. Il ne peut pas survivre. Il est obligé de fermer. Ou de se laisser bouffer par le supermarché.
Ça, c'est phénoménal. Je ne sais pas si vous avez rendu compte. Vous êtes rendu
Chine,
Non, c'est un produit chinois.
Ah, c'est l'inverse alors. Alors c'est justement les États-Unis.
Là, vous êtes là-dedans tous les jours.
Donc si je vais aux États-Unis, il n'y a pas de TikTok.
Il n'y a pas de TikTok, c'est interdit.
Vous êtes sûr que c'est pas l'inverse? TikTok, je crois que c'est américain, c'est interdit en Chine.
Non, TikTok c'est américain.
TikTok c'est
Ouais,
chinois.
mais le problème qui se pose aujourd'hui, pourquoi on permet à Google de stocker data, tout ce que vous mettez sur le cloud, il est aux États-Unis, il est stocké.
Et les gens, ils vont regarder ça ou c'est juste stocké?
Bien sûr, le NSC, qu'est-ce qu'il fait? National Security Council, qu'est-ce qu'il fait?
Ça
La
va,
NSA, qu'est-ce qu'elle fait? Il suffit qu'une fois, vous envoyez un mail dans lequel vous utilisez un mot qui est répertorié chez eux, que ce soit un client.
Moi, par ça, je parle d'un truc avec on va dire par exemple, d'un truc que j'ai envie d'acheter.
Habillé par après,
Après, j'ai
moi
des
aussi.
pubs de...
Ah non, ça c'est les cookies. Ça c'est les cookies. Bien sûr, c'est les cookies.
Mais moi,
Bien sûr, parce que vous entrez sur Internet, vous êtes en train de chercher, je dis n'importe quoi, des pneus pour votre voiture, et un quart d'heure après, vous allez avoir une avalanche.
Mais ça, c'est les robots qui font ça, c'est pas les humains.
Oui, non, mais c'est ce que je voulais dire, c'est lié à vos cookies. C'est lié aux cookies. Parce que quand vous... Oui, parce que c'est écouté, quoi.
Mais je suis d'accord. J'arrive au même.
Oui, non, mais c'est tout à fait...
C'est robot.
Est-ce que là, allez,
nous, dans notre génération, on avait cette histoire de Big Brother. Il est là, Big Brother aujourd'hui. Big Brother, il est là aujourd'hui. Il t'écoute. Si jamais je cherche quelque chose sur laquelle tu as travaillé, ben, je vais avoir ton nom.
Mais il n'y a pas d'intimité, c'est pas vrai.
Pardon?
Il n'y a pas d'intimité, c'est pas vrai.
c'est là que c'est zéro. Est-ce que là, par exemple, c'est pas une
Moi,
problématique?
j'ai des photos avant, par exemple, je tape mon nom et il y a des photos dedans.
Mais bien sûr.
C'est ça. Moi aussi.
Donc, problématique.
Mettez votre nom et vous allez voir
Non,
la
je
série de façon.
mettrais des limites ou des limites des réseaux sociaux.
Mais c'est pas que les réseaux sociaux, c'est les smartphones.
Bon, c'est pas les smartphones,
C'est la technologie.
C'est la technologie. Et donc là, pour moi, il y a vraiment besoin d'une code éthique.
Il n'y a aucune limite.
Oui, aujourd'hui, il n'y a pas de limite par rapport à comment est-ce qu'il faut dire l'utilisation des données. Même si on vous dit tout le temps le privacy, il n'y a pas de privacy. Il n'y a pas de privacy.
D'ailleurs, de temps en temps, on a toutes ces grandes sociétés qui publient des mea culpa et présentent des excuses parce que la data a été de manière, disons, accidentelle, elle a été divulguée. Moi, je dis, j'en ai fait accidentelle. C'est vendu.
C'est vendu. Moi, dernièrement aussi par Google, je recevais, pour dire aussi loin que ça va, je recevais combien de kilomètres j'avais fait en avion, où j'étais, dans quelle ville j'étais, dans quel restaurant j'étais.
Oui, l'empreinte carbone. Vous l'avez sur votre téléphone.
Mais c'est déjà la solution de fixer des limites,
Oui,
fixer des réglementations.
Oui, développer une réglementation et une éthique d'utilisation de toutes ces choses-là. Qu'est-ce que Google a à faire que moi j'étais 3 fois dans un restaurant, ça c'est ma vie privée. Après on va faire soi-disant faire signer qu'on ne peut pas divulguer, donc on vit dans une contradiction.
Bien sûr.
Oui, mais c'est
dans la ville de Bruxelles, dans chaque commune, il faut avoir une carte Prévas et non pays. Alors qu'on est dans une toute petite ville qui fait je sais pas combien de kilomètres, ça n'existe pas, c'est impossible. Et tout ça pourquoi? Parce que encore une fois, on revient à portefeuille à chaque fois.
Bon, pour la question des taxes, moi personnellement, je comprends exactement ce que vous dites, mais moi j'estime que je suis prêt à payer des taxes, même si elles sont élevées, si j'ai quelque chose contre. Oui. Vous prenez par exemple le Danemark. Le Danemark, qui paye, je crois que c'est 85% de leur salaire en taxes. Mais tout est gratuit. Par la suite, tout est gratuit.
Oui, l'hôpital, transport,
l'électricité.
Bah voilà. Les parkings là-bas, c'est gratuit.
Oui, tout est gratuit. Tout ce qui est service public est gratuit.
On va mettre ça tout de suite, c'est appliqué Danemark.
85% de notre salaire,
Oui, mais imaginons que tu touches le gars.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
C'est quoi le salaire moyen en Danemark? 2000 euros?
Non, plus que ça.
Plus. C'est pas comme la Belgique, hein? C'est quoi le salaire? On va dire 2005.
Ah, je pense pas.
Le salaire européen le plus bas, c'est l'Allemagne. Enfin, le SMIC en Allemagne, il est peut-être, je sais pas, peut-être 60% de celui de France.
Ah, voilà. Ça veut dire qu'il touche 800 euros sur la France, c'est 1000 euros.
Oui, Portugal, c'est 800.
C'est quoi? 1000 euros.
Je sais qu'il y avait une très très grosse polémique chez nous en Allemagne pour des salaires qui étaient plus bas.
Bon, de l'autre côté, il y a aussi des efforts qui ont été faits. Par exemple, le transport public, il y avait une certaine période, à 9 euros, vous pouviez parcourir tout le pays en train.
Il donne, en fait, c'est simple. Si tu as 2005, mais ça fait la même chose. Si tu t'as fait, c'est simple. Si tu vas au Danemark, imaginons que c'est la moyenne, on va dire c'est 2500. Si tu touches 2500 euros, eh bien, avec les taxes comprises, tu touches au final 2100 et quelques. Et tu payes chaque fois, mais tout est gratuit. Tandis qu'en Belgique, il y a quand même des taxes, alors qu'il y a le brut et il y a le net, de toute façon. En Belgique aussi.
Il y a les taxes indirectes, aussi tout ce qui est TVA, etc.
C'est ça, voilà. Mais c'est la même chose. Ça veut dire qu'en fait, le Danemark, c'est le même modèle que nous, sauf que vous n'êtes pas gratuit. Tandis que nous, on paye.
Oui, c'est-à-dire que vous payez la somme, la grosse somme sur le revenu. 80%, je sais pas.
C'est ça.
Bref, enfin bref, c'est très élevé, je sais. Par exemple, en France, vous payez 45% en fonction de l'assiette et dans quelle fourchette vous allez vous situer. Mais en plus de tout ça, des 45%, vous allez payer tout le reste.
Ah, n'oublie pas, donc au Danemark, on est d'accord que tu donnes 15% à l'État, pas 85%.
Non, 85%.
Ah, il donne 85%.
85%.
Ah non, mais l'État. Comment il est triche là-bas?
Non, c'est pas. Moi, je sais pas, parce que si vous voyez par exemple avec notre système, il y a une sécurité sociale qui couvre. Et quand tu vois ce qu'on doit certainement avec la privatisation, parce qu'on arrive dans une ère de privatisation, tout ce qui est soin, ce qu'il faut encore payer. J'aimerais bien faire le calcul. Déjà en Belgique, on dit qu'on travaille jusqu'au mois de juillet, fin juillet pour l'État. Donc cela veut dire qu'il reste à peu près 5 mois qu'on travaille soi-disant pour nous. Il y a des systèmes
et par la suite avoir la possibilité de participer, d'être en première ligne, pas seulement simplement pour constituer le membership.
Et après avoir été formé pour ça aussi.
Bien sûr.
Parce que la formation, c'est la base. Si on a affaire avec des
L'association de la société civile attire plus de jeunes en faisant des CSP, CAP.
Et aussi les former pour qu'ils puissent participer.
Oui, en fait, c'est la même. Non, mais l'image que je donne toujours moi, dans ce contexte-là, c'est que quand vous êtes dans une voiture auto-école, vous avez le volant, vous avez à côté de vous le moniteur, qui est là simplement pour éviter qu'il y ait une catastrophe. Mais c'est vous qui avez le volant. Et c'est exactement la même chose aussi. Il faut qu'aujourd'hui se pousser, s'asseoir du côté du passager, laisser le volant aux jeunes, mais simplement être là pour lui dire attention, il y a un mur, c'est tout. Et pas les mettre à l'arrière, ou leur dire prenez le bus. Voilà. Donc, il faut qu'il soit réellement in the driver's seat.
Je pense qu'on a déjà pas mal d'idées.
Il faut peut-être travailler un peu sur le business.
Moi, business, justement, je vais sur ça, c'est par rapport au taxe. Parce que, par exemple, moi, personnellement, dans un dépôt, j'ai un commerce, et les taxes, concrètement, je fais du noir aussi, parce que les taxes, c'est impossible. En fait, on ne peut pas créer, ouais, c'est le gouvernement, parce qu'on ne peut pas créer de la richesse en étant totalement légal. Clean, ouais, c'est impossible de créer de la richesse. Il y a trop de choses à payer.
Et pour le business, il faut, en sens, si on reste dans ce contexte de l'environnement, l'écologie, c'est-à-dire il faut que les business soient conscients, mais également acceptent le fait que, ils seront peut-être amenés à produire moins, parce qu'aujourd'hui on parle de recyclage, on parle de ne pas acheter quotidiennement ou de manière régulière des vêtements ou d'autres accessoires. Donc ceux qui les produisent vont vendre moins. Ils doivent également accepter le fait que pour vendre, ils doivent appliquer la réglementation du gouvernement, qui peut leur revenir plus cher. Et donc, dans ce contexte-là, ils doivent innover, travailler avec la nouvelle technologie, et donc, il y aura un investissement de leur part. Et le troisième point, c'est-à-dire, il faut qu'ils acceptent le fait qu'aujourd'hui, ce n'est plus la loi du marché. L'offre et la demande.
C'est ça que j'allais dire. Le problème, c'est que c'est l'offre et la demande.
Non, et aujourd'hui, on sait que le marché ne résout pas tout. Au contraire.
Ouais, c'est vrai, mais le problème, ça veut dire que si par exemple, justement, ils réduisent, après c'est le modèle de l'offre et la demande, mais parce que je vois pas comment on peut contourner ça dans le sens où s'ils réduisent, on va dire ça, ils réduisent, on dirait, ils se mettent des chaînes là, ils réduisent même pas les t-shirts. Donc il y en a, le coût il est obligé d'augmenter parce qu'il y en a.
Pas nécessairement. S'ils utilisent des matériaux autres.
S'ils sont en perte, parce qu'il y a
non, mais s'ils utilisent des matériaux autres. S'ils utilisent des matériaux qui sont produits localement, ok, et s'ils utilisent une technologie plus performante, ils peuvent se retrouver.
Mais pourquoi ils le font pas? Parce que c'est un peu.
Aujourd'hui, ils ne le font pas.
C'est un peu de production.
Bien sûr, parce qu'ils ont délocalisé, ils sont en Chine, ils sont au Vietnam. Mais la Covid-19 leur a montré qu'ils étaient dans l'erreur.
Le problème aussi, moi je pense, et du coup ça veut dire aussi que ça revient aussi sur les taxes. Pourquoi? Parce que justement ils délocalisent même des sociétés, ils délocalisent leurs sièges sociaux, justement à cause des taxes. C'est ça.
C'est à cause des taxes, oui, ça c'est indéniable, mais également à cause de la marge de bénéfice.
Parce qu'ils veulent faire plus grossement.
Vous prenez le Panadol ou comment il s'appelle, Doliprane, produit en Chine. Doliprane produit en Chine, il coûte 50 cents. 50 centimes d'euros. Vous le produisez en Europe, moi je connais le chiffre en France, vous le produisez en France, il coûte 5 euros.
Et moi je pense que là aussi les gouvernements les gouvernements ont aussi un rôle à jouer par rapport au marge de bénéfices. Là,
Bien sûr. Bien sûr.
Par exemple, telle marge de bénéfices. Et ça équitera beaucoup plus aussi les...
Oui, mais là on entre dans un conflit ouvert avec le concept du libéralisme. Là on entre dans ce... D'ailleurs on l'a déjà touché en parlant de l'importance pour le gouvernement du fait de fixer les prix pour certains. Mais oui, c'est-à-dire qu'à mon sens, il faut également réfléchir en termes de le nouveau modèle économique, le nouveau modèle de développement. La globalisation a complètement échoué, le libéralisme à outrance a complètement échoué, donc il nous faut réfléchir à autre chose. Le problème, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, on essaye de trouver des solutions pour corriger des problèmes, mais avec des formules anciennes qui ne vont rien résoudre. Et également, on est en train d'assister à un affrontement entre deux blocs. Vous avez d'un côté les États-Unis et les pays occidentaux, et de l'autre côté, vous avez la Chine, la Russie et les BRICS. Chacun est en train d'essayer d'imposer son nouveau système, et nous, on est là en train de regarder, et on ne sait pas dans quel modèle de développement ou économique nous allons vivre.
Le problème, c'est qu'en fait, c'est où on est collectif, où on est individuel. Parce que en fait, si on fait partie de tout ce que la Chine, la Russie, c'est de ces économistes dans leur système.
Nécessairement. L'Inde n'est pas du tout communiste. Au contraire, c'est le libéralisme à outrance. La Chine n'est pas communiste dans le sens économique. Au contraire, la Chine est communiste dans le concept communiste politique, mais pas économique. La Chine s'est complètement ouverte du temps de Deng Xiaoping. Vous prenez l'Afrique du Sud, ça n'a rien de communiste. Le Brésil n'a rien de communiste. Même si Lula nie les autres. Non, c'est une question idéologique d'abord, mais également c'est une question de modèle de développement. Ce n'est pas deux blocs qui essayent chacun de son côté d'imposer, si vous voulez, son idéologie. Non, aujourd'hui, c'est une question, je dirais presque même de survie pour chacun des deux blocs. Je ne sais pas si vous vous souvenez, quand il y a eu au départ l'invention, la mise sur le marché des cassettes vidéo. Alors il y avait une grosse guerre, je dis bien une guerre, entre deux systèmes, la VHS et l'autre système de VHS et...
Les cassettes.
Non. C'est des cassettes vidéo, mais il y avait deux systèmes. La cassette VHS, qu'on connaît tous, et au départ, il y avait un autre système où la cassette était plus épaisse.
Ah, je vois les grosses.
Voilà.
Ouais.
C'était un modèle japonais. Et il y a eu une très grosse guerre, et finalement, c'est la VHS qui s'est imposée. C'est en train de vivre la même chose, mais à une plus grande échelle.
Oui, même au niveau des appareils digitaux, c'est tout le temps la guerre.
Oui, absolument.
C'est vrai, mais comment on va imposer, comme j'ai dit, je reviens juste par exemple sur cet exemple, que ce soit Apple, Zara, comment on va leur imposer de produire moins et de produire mieux, c'est-à-dire plus écologiquement.
Produire moins, ils seront obligés, si la société civile achète moins. Ils sont obligés de produire moins.
La société civile, on va acheter moins, c'est
Non, c'est un peu le marché.
Pour moi, c'est l'État qui le fait.
l'État dit, vous n'avez pas le droit d'utiliser, par exemple, tel matériau, le nylon ou je ne sais pas trop quoi. Vous n'avez pas le droit d'utiliser. Okay? Il légifère. Une fois que le produit est conforme à la législation, il est mis sur le marché. Mais si vous produisez 1000 t-shirts, vous les mettez dans vos stands pour la vente et que vous n'en vendez que 50, évidemment, la fois d'après, vous allez réduire votre commande.
Obligé.
Vous êtes obligé, quoi, parce que vous ne vendez pas.
Non, c'est pas.
Exact.
Mais c'est toujours, on est toujours dans la surproduction.
Parce que le problème, c'est que si on dit en fait, s'il y a moins de t-shirts par exemple, ça va d'office créer de la rareté. Et le problème, c'est que dans la rareté,
non, mais ça, c'est un concept qu'on peut aussi introduit dans notre tête. Quand on dit parce que quelque chose est rare, ça va coûter cher.
Mais c'est ça que je dis.
Non, mais c'est un concept, parce que si moi je décide que quelque chose qui est rare, demain, ce n'est pas un prix autre, c'est une autre façon de réfléchir.
Là, ça convient avant tout de l'économie totalement. C'est comme si je dis la Joconde, il n'y en a qu'une seule, mais du coup, elle ne peut pas être, on s'en fiche qu'elle est rare, par exemple, même s'il y en a qu'une seule.
Non, il y a un dicton qui dit un cheval bon marché est rare. Tout ce qui est rare est cher. Donc un cheval bon marché est cher. En fait, non.
Non, en fait, c'est ça que je dis. Aujourd'hui, on nous a inculqué certaines choses. Et je donne un exemple. Pourquoi un footballeur doit gagner à un certain moment, j'ai entendu hier, il va gagner 2 millions par an. Je sais pas. Ben, ouais, moi non plus. Mais c'est parce que c'est une idée qu'on a mis à un certain moment dans ce marché-là. Il y a l'argent. Après, on met dans la tête.
Après, c'est après maintenant, parce que le sport il a évolué, c'est au-delà de ça, il y a les sponsors.
Oui, parce que en fait, le footballeur, il est évalué en fonction de ce qu'il peut rapporter. Vous prenez par exemple un footballeur comme Ronaldo, par exemple, les ventes des maillots, tout ce qu'il porte, les chaînes de
c'est des mécanismes qu'on nous a inculqués, je reste sur ça. Là aussi, on peut avoir des pièces d'art, enlève le nom, ça peut être aussi beau, aussi précieux, mais il y a le nom. Qu'est-ce que tu achètes en fin de compte? Tu n'achètes pas.
Voilà, c'est comme les marques de luxe, c'est comme Louis Vuitton. C'est parce que c'est.
Il y a même des preuves, il y a même eu des preuves que des vêtements qui étaient produits dans la même chaîne, de la même qualité, mais on a mis seulement le nom et ça triple du prix, bien sûr.
Mais c'est comme un peu.
Enfin, je connais un peu la situation à Londres où j'ai vécu 4 ans. Vous prenez des vêtements, disons des vêtements signés de marque. Et il y a des magasins qui font de la démarque. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ça veut dire que vous prenez une chemise, il y a derrière le col, il y a la marque, il la coupe tout simplement, il l'enlève. Et au lieu de payer 50 livres la chemise, vous la payez 12 livres. Pardon? Lui, il l'a prise en surplus. C'est ce qu'on appelle les surplus.
Non, c'est.
Après, du coup, ça revient de faire. Après, on est comme des. Parce que là, on rentre vraiment dans le système communiste, alors, parce que dans le sens où tout le monde doit être égal, etc. Et il n'y a pas possiblement, seulement si on fait ça, ça va pas créer une marque. Si tout le monde fait ça, imagine, tout le monde quitte la marque de luxe.
Non, ça va se faire.
Marques,
non, ça va se faire pendant les premières années, jusqu'à ce que les business s'adaptent. Okay. Et ensuite, c'est-à-dire avant, ils commandaient 1000 chemises. Par la suite, ils vont commander 100, 150 en fonction de leur vente. Donc, ça s'équilibre. Mais par contre, il y a un autre problème qu'on n'a pas touché, c'est qu'il y a tout un marché aujourd'hui qui s'appelle la friperie. Et qui est un marché absolument vital pour les pays en développement. Il est vital. Parce que s'il y a des difficultés économiques aujourd'hui dans les pays développés, imaginez la situation dans les pays en développement. C'est 10 fois plus grave. Et donc aujourd'hui, quand les sociétés ou les communautés des pays développés ne font plus ces dons de vêtements ou d'autres appareils à ces organisations qui les vendent à prix presque symbolique dans les pays en développement, vous avez un énorme problème. Il y a des gens dans les pays en développement qui n'ont absolument pas les moyens d'acheter autre chose que les vêtements utilisés. Et donc il y a ce côté-là. Bon, mais moi je dirais en fin de compte que l'être humain il a énormément de défauts, mais il a quand même une qualité, c'est l'adaptation. Il peut s'adapter. Donc une fois, tant qu'il voit que il n'a pas d'autre solution, il s'adapte.
Donc pour rebondir sur quelque chose que tu disais tout à l'heure, j'ai repensé. Je pense qu'on est obligé à repenser certains systèmes parce que sinon, on n'a plus de. On est obligé, on est face à des réalités où maintenant la solution est d'apporter des valeurs. Oui. Parce que c'est-à-dire, il y a énormément d'acteurs qui sont là.
Ah oui. Et surtout les business, c'est ça, à mon avis, le plus difficile sera.
Les business, c'est sûr, parce qu'ils ont. Et le problème aussi qu'on doit penser que maintenant, la globalité des marché, on a vu à chaque fois qu'il y a des crises économiques ou la bourse, en fait, il y a carrément des sociétés dont l'État dépend d'elles, dans le sens où il y a des États qui sont endettés. Si on prend même les États-Unis sont endettés jusque-là. Il y en a plein, la Belgique, qui sont endettés.
Il n'y a pas un pays qui
Il n'y a pas un pays qui n'est pas endetté. Mais le truc, c'est que le PIB du pays, en fait, le pays dépend de son PIB. Et son PIB, si on reprend les États-Unis, demain, Apple, tout simplement, ils peuvent très bien avoir un poids politique.
Oui.
Dans le sens où ils ont un poids politique, c'est ce que je veux dire. Mais pourquoi? Parce que maintenant, tu enlèves Apple de la bourse américaine, ça s'effondre.
Oui, mais le problème, c'est comme le disait tout à l'heure, il faut repenser le système. Parce que ce que tu viens de dire est exact, 100%, mais c'est basé sur un système qui est comme ça. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, si on entre dans la bourse, on est d'une certaine catégorie. Si on n'entre pas, et c'est pas facile d'entrer. Et si on n'est pas, on est dans une deuxième catégorie. Donc, c'est la loi du marché et le système financier aujourd'hui, d'ailleurs qui a collapsé en 2008, avec les 3 banques il y a un mois, c'est tout le système qu'il faut repenser.
Et ce serait pas par exemple une alternative logique? Parce que genre, je connais pas.
Là, il faut voir plutôt les experts financiers qui font de la prospective.
Déjà, moi, je pense que le système des banques est pas bête.
Non, mais je pense que déjà, il y a un trop grand lien entre le business et la politique. Pour moi, c'est un des. Bon, c'est-à-dire la politique, pour le moment, n'est pas valide. Ou si tu prends une certaine liberté, tu peux faire.
Et inversement. Oui, et inversement, le business n'est pas libre non plus. Parce que la communauté des affaires a toujours besoin de politique.
Non, mais comme c'est tellement lié.
Le problème, c'est que tout est lié avec l'argent. Ça veut dire que. C'est ça le problème. Mais le truc, c'est que si maintenant certains business, on va dire justement, coulent à cause de certaines règles, en fait, même si on crée un nouveau système, ça va d'office à un moment donné repencher vers là, parce que c'est basé sur le PIB. Un pays, il tient grâce à son économie.
Ça, c'est un système qu'on a.
Oui, mais tu m'excuses, hein, mais tu es en train de raisonner sur la base des paramètres qui existent dans ce système. Mais il faut essayer, c'est pas facile, mais il faut essayer de casser ces paramètres, de sortir de ces paramètres, d'essayer de voir autre chose.
C'est la même chose, il y a une théorie, ça s'appelle l'analyse transactionnelle. Et l'analyse
faut essayer de corriger, et je pense qu'on n'a pas suffisamment corrigé, et on a vu les 3 banques américaines qui ont suivi.
Ce qu'on fait aussi assez souvent, ça c'est aussi typiquement humain, on s'enfuit de la réalité. Vous savez qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui ne se résolvent jamais parce qu'on s'enfuit. C'est la même chose, et même personnellement, toi tu es un grand sportif, si tu ne vas pas te confronter à certains défis qu'il faut faire autrement, parce que t'enfuis, tu ne seras pas le grand sportif.
Donc en fait, nous sommes face à une situation où, en tant qu'individu, nous avons un rôle, mais on sait qu'il n'est pas suffisant. Nous sommes dans une situation où on sait que le gouvernement a un rôle, mais il n'est pas suffisant. Et que les business ont un rôle, mais il n'est pas suffisant. Il faut que ce soit quelque chose qui implique tout le monde. On a bien dit qu'on commence par ce dialogue pour comprendre et pour essayer d'identifier les difficultés et chercher les solutions de manière collégiale. On a identifié les difficultés, enfin certaines difficultés, certainement il y en a beaucoup d'autres, mais on a identifié un certain nombre de difficultés avec les solutions qu'on propose. Mais moi je pense personnellement qu'il y a 2 éléments essentiels, fondamentaux. C'est que d'abord les 3 sont liés. Et si aujourd'hui il y a un moteur pour disons, couvrir tout cela et agir, comme le disait tout à l'heure notre ami de Norvège, il faut qu'il y ait un leader dans tout ça. Moi je dis, c'est les jeunes. C'est les jeunes au sein de la société. C'est ça les.
Pour moi, honnêtement, quand je fais ça, quand je vois un peu globalement, en fait, comme vous avez dit, il faut repenser le système économique. C'est le premier truc. Parce que tout part de ça. Les gens commencent à s'adapter les règles. Parce que le problème, en fait, et c'est ça pourquoi le communisme, à un moment donné, ne peut pas rester tel quel, c'est le fait que les gens, ils veulent créer de la richesse. On veut pouvoir, par exemple, partir en vacances à un moment donné, etc. Et le problème, c'est que là, le système, il est fait de l'autre sens, là, maintenant, on va dire, dans le schéma socialiste. Le problème, c'est que là, maintenant, on a le droit de créer une richesse, mais le système est fait que il y a trop peu de riches comparé au nombre de gens lambda, on va dire de la classe moyenne, et sur la classe moyenne, le pouvoir d'achat, il est limite, par exemple, en Belgique, sur les pauvres. En tant que tu ne peux pas venir et te faire plaisir ou ceci, cela, etc.
La question, moi je pose une autre question aussi, c'est-à-dire on a toujours dit l'offre qui est le besoin, mais jusqu'à où est-ce qu'on accepte que le besoin prend le dessus? Parce que dans l'époque, moi je parle d'un exemple petit, quand on faisait une fois par an des vacances, on était content.
Bien sûr.
Ben voilà, on avait une fois par an des vacances. Bon, à la limite c'était l'étranger. Aujourd'hui, je suis enfant du système que je suis. Je fais beaucoup plus à l'étranger que
mais exemple, on a les vacances par exemple. On va dire maintenant, moi je suis un jeune et je veux acheter une maison pour mes parents pour qu'ils aient plus à payer un prix, par exemple. Avec le système comme il est fait maintenant, 90% des gens qui vont pouvoir faire ça, ils vont devoir faire un crédit ou emprunter de l'argent. Et même comme ça,
c'est ça le système. C'est ça le système.
C'est pour ça qu'il faut changer ça. Exemple, moi par exemple, je suis musulman, je ne peux pas faire un crédit. Tu vois, ça veut dire que comment je fais avec ce système-là pour être totalement dans les normes? Ça veut dire payer des taxes, être en ordre, payer des factures, ce que tu veux vivre, mettre l'argent de côté, et après, c'est en 50 ans quoi.
C'est ça le système qu'il faut repenser. Mais également, moi je mettrais un petit bémol sur ça. C'est-à-dire que oui, il faut repenser le système. Mais de l'autre côté, il faut vivre avec son temps. Vous ne pouvez plus appliquer les mêmes critères et le même système que nous avons vécu dans notre jeunesse. Rudy parlait de l'histoire de vacances. Moi, je n'ai C'est pas parce que nous avons vécu avec un jouet par an que vous devez l'accepter et faire de même. Évidemment, quand on entend qu'en Suède, ils ont 532 jouets par enfant, bon, il y a une petite marge. Il y a de la marge.
Non, et
il faut quand même aussi...
Ce n'est jamais défendu non plus de faire une petite marche en arrière aussi. Moi, je pense réfléchir autour de notre consommation pour qu'elle soit beaucoup plus équilibrée. Ça ne passe pas forcément un pas en arrière.
Non, pas du tout. C'est pour ça que j'ai dit qu'il ne faut pas se priver, mais il faut consommer intelligent.
C'est ça.
C'est tout. Mais non, moi je suis contre la privation. Ça ne peut pas, ça ne résout rien.
Mais je crois que déjà, à la fois, si vous amenez de ce séjour la façon critique de réfléchir à certaines choses et certains mécanismes, et être conscient qu'il va falloir repenser certaines choses, moi je suis content. Là, j'ai dit, j'ai eu l'objectif, j'ai eu mon objectif.
On a toujours en tête aussi le fait qu'on est on a une petite échelle, c'est-à-dire que demain, quand je veux rentrer moi personnellement en Bruxelles, si je veux repenser le système économique, je connais pas mal de gars dans les finances, économistes, je sais pas, tu vois ce que je veux dire? Et même si
tu commences tout petit à tourner échelon, moi je pense que toi tu peux réfléchir autrement sur certaines.
Je comprends ce que tu veux dire, oui, tu as demandé un point. Mais, à mon avis, il faut s'engager dans les associations de la société civile et écouter les experts qui vont expliquer, chacun de son point de vue, quelle pourrait être la solution. Il faut faire de la prospective.
Et je vais dire honnêtement, toutes les grandes solutions qu'on a, soi-disant grandes solutions pour les grandes révolutions, ne sont pas vraiment des politiciens. Le business pas forcément non plus. Certaines personnes qui ont été, je suis désolé du terme, parce que vous pouvez mal comprendre, qui ont été prophétiques, je dis bien prophétiques, dans un domaine qu'ils maîtrisaient.
C'est tout à fait normal. C'est comme ça. Généralement, nous connaissons tous l'histoire d'Oreca. Nous connaissons tous également ce qui s'est passé avec Einstein, il y a tout simplement Istanbul, et pas que.
Mais c'est celle que j'attends de nos jeunes aussi à Europe et Centre-Est, qu'il y a cette réflexion, de ne pas bêtement, désolé du terme, avaler tout ce qu'on attend autour de nous, mais d'avoir un certain criticisme, mais aussi un certain regard, pas seulement critiquer, aussi se mettre à disposition des moyens pour le refaire, faire autrement.
J'ai, dans toutes mes discussions, surtout avec les jeunes, je leur répète continuellement la même phrase en anglais: never take anything for granted. You have to challenge. Moi, je vous dis quelque chose, je vous le dis, elle est vraie. Mais elle est vraie pour moi, parce qu'elle est basée sur mes paramètres, mes convictions, mon vécu, mes vérités. Mais pour vous, vous devez me challenger. Parce que ce n'est pas certainement nécessairement vrai pour vous aussi.
Je pense qu'on peut réussir.
Alors, qui c'est qui m'a présenté ça?
C'est vous.
Ah non, on a dit que c'était un jeune. On a dit que c'était un jeune.
On va s'arranger avec Inès.
Oui. Mais Inès, tu parles un peu en anglais?
Non. Moi, je sais, il y a qui maîtrise un peu l'anglais, c'est Donovan.
Oui.
Donovan.
Il ne faut pas non plus tout.
Non, mais on peut regarder ça et lui donner les termes sur lesquels ça pourrait peut-être compter un peu, mais un peu d'été.
Voilà. Là, je regrette d'avoir
projet dans cette ville, dans cette communauté. Et donc, soit je parlais anglais, soit je me taisais. Et en me taisant, j'étais exclu de toutes les activités de la vie. Je n'allais pas avoir des amis à l'école parce que personne n'allait me comprendre. Donc j'étais obligé, je me suis bouché les oreilles, fermé les yeux et je me suis dit, l'anglais, je l'apprends.
C'est la même chose pour moi avec l'arabe. J'aurais pu rester au Maroc et ne que parler en français. Voilà, j'aurais raté énormément de chance de découvrir. Maintenant, je ne dis pas que je parle parfaitement comme ça. Mais voilà, c'est s'expliquer.
Mais vous pouvez commencer avec des choses très simples. Regardez CNN ou bien la BBC, en anglais, en arabe, en anglais. Ça va être du chinois d'abord, mais petit à petit, vous allez capter les mots essentiels. Par la suite, vous allez comprendre la grammaire, vous allez enrichir votre vocabulaire. L'autre moyen qui est également, peut-être qu'on ne peut pas faire ça, mais c'est les dessins animés. En anglais.
Tout ce que tu regardes,
Tout ce que tu regardes. En anglais.
Et oser par après, parce que si vous mettez. Non, mais assez souvent vous mettez le blocage, je ne sais pas.
Je ne sais pas.
Je ne sais pas, je ne peux pas. Tandis que quand moi j'entends certains, bon, tout à l'heure il y a une femme qui me disait, moi je ne parle pas bien l'anglais, je comprends. C'est quand même exprimé. C'est juste oser.
Pour ma part, c'est ça.
Et il n'y a personne qui va. Il n'y a personne qui va te regarder à travers parce que l'anglais n'est pas correct.
Parce que les gens savent que vous n'êtes pas native.
En plus, nous, la forme, c'est plus facile d'apprendre l'anglais que quelqu'un qui parle le français.
Même le néerlandais, ça aussi, c'est des obstacles qu'on se met en Wallonie. Ah, le néerlandais, c'est pas quelque chose qu'on peut apprendre. Si nous sommes capables d'apprendre le français, je ne vois pas en quoi ça ne sera pas possible. Et le français est plus difficile que le néerlandais. Et de l'arabe, je ne parle même pas.
On a voté, hein?
Oui,
on a reconnaissance.
C'est
toi qui sais pas parler, moi.
Non, mais à la limite, tu présentes ce que tu veux, et sinon en français, on te dit, voilà. Il ne faut pas non plus tout remettre.
Je dis en français, tu parles en anglais.
Oui, mais essaye déjà en anglais. Mais non, tu essayes. Dès que je suis un peu. Il faut savoir que
je sais pas quel manque d'écoute.
Comment?
Manque d'écoute, je sais pas l'exemple.
Lack of listening. Mais on peut traduire certaines choses, voilà.
Il faut, vous devez vous jeter à l'eau.
Oui. Go and swim in the ocean. Go in the Atlantic Sea. Écoute, si tôt ou tard, je te le souhaite, tu fais une carrière au niveau foot, peut-être aussi tu seras obligé.
Non, mais tu seras recruté à Manchester United.
Et j'aime bien, parce que tu fais
pourquoi
le travail.
Oui, bien sûr. Bien sûr. Il ne faut jamais aller à Manchester City.
Ça, c'est pour United.
Ça, c'est interdit.
Ah, mais cette année, ils sont bons, hein?
Hein?
Cette année, ils sont très bons.
Oui, ils sont très bons. C'est là, on revient à ce qu'on disait tout à l'heure sur notre thème, mais ça, c'est l'argent. Ça, c'est l'argent. Quand vous avez une source
c'est immédiatement qu'on fasse la présentation, c'est après le déjeuner.
Pardon?
C'est après le déjeuner qu'on fait la présentation.
C'est ça?
We are already
Here we go.
working very hard.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Do we go first for lunch and then we do
Yeah, we do the lunch, and then after that we will work.
We have been working very, very hard.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
That's why you have 1 hour, even more,
Yeah.
for rest.
No, that was interesting. Nice contribution. Voilà. Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Merci beaucoup. 1 hour. 1 hour now lunch. Let's say this lunch. Yes. Трista просто.
Что, может, стирка?
Да.
kokeilun ja valtimuskokeista. Depends. Skaties. Tikai naktī neskaties. Neuztu visu. Drīzāk tu.
Es skatos hokeju. Jo man negrib skatīties.
Es neesmu Marta.
Ko esi Marta?
Es neesmu Marta. Kur brīži.
Man visi.
Let's go. Let's go for 60.
We can't access that. Why? Because we don't have employee code.
vecpilsēta tik tuvu mums. Aiz baznīcas.
Mēs bijām uz veikalu.
Un tur mums bija vakariņas pāri ielai un uzreiz jau vecpilsēta ir. Būtu labāk, ja
Es jau saprotu, man mamma teica, ka līdz pēc 10 nevar atrasties.
Nu labi, šodien jūs varat līdz 10 staigāt, jo mums būs vakariņas 7, pēc tam var darīt, ko grib. Es ieteiktu pastaigāties, ja jūs esat atbraukuši. Yeah, it's kind of windy today.
Yeah, and then I was just like refreshing myself to be back on shape when we start.
Because yesterday, walking next to sea was like, come on.
Yeah, it's.
Winter is back.
Come on, you're in Estonia.
I know.
You know, in one day.
We have. No, it's the same in Latvia.
Yeah.
All 4 seasons.
In one day.
Yeah, no, not one day. It is nothing. 1 hour.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay, but see you soon. I will just refresh myself in this windy outside.
Windy outside. Outside is windy.
Okay.
Yep. Let's start again. No, but today everything goes very fast, which we have more interactions. Yesterday was more sitting and listening. There was workshop, but still today it's like more discussions.
Really? I think it's like
This is the project. You remember, this is conference. Very calm, sit and listen. But no, it's this workshop will be very good. This was good. It's on a good discussion.
Or someone was just like.
No, the funniest point is how I spoke it, but we have when you put slide about the meat, the all conversation can turn it about that. Because it is always every project there is environment or everything. When you put and start discussing with young people or everybody about the meat and how to we need to eat less, and it's like all converse like let's stop it and let's turn all discussion about it. Because it well like Michael already laughed. Thank God we didn't have vegans there.
I have done.
But yeah, it's controlled. It's not so interactive professional. Yeah, yesterday you already were sleeping.
professional. I think I would have just left.
Yeah, because yesterday was much more boring.
I think I might actually leave after this one.
I'm not in school.
I would like get back, right?
Yeah.
And they're living in a hotel or something.
I'm there is like I have a community center where I'm working and they have upstairs on the whole hostel.
So we like care for Jesus. Like you can't go away. No.
Because I have underage investors.
But
I could go.
But you can go on like
yeah, no,
city and look around.
I have been here. Yesterday I was out with my friends today in the evening and go to so it's not, but I can of course it's
Pretty strong when I have lunch. So there is some
it's like I can step out and
things going on.
but yeah, I have busted it tomorrow so because I have underage.
Anything interesting that
Because Vasily needed youngsters.
I can't be located.
What were the people that are missing to you right now? Do you know?
Where they are now?
Yeah.
It's not end of the lunch.
Yeah, but
sleeping or just walking. It's kind of normal. You kind of don't have to be like 10 minutes here or something.
What is the deal?
Like I worked in an organization in Riga, but I live at 70 kilometers from Riga. I every day back and home on the train.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, it's small city, 20,000 people, it's still kind of operating.
Now you're fully living in something like
Yeah. From like 2 days ago, I got Estonian ID card, so maybe I think I have social living permission in ID card. So well, I decided it's much common.
Think so?
Yeah, well,
I mean, if I'm honest with you, I really go outside and just at home.
No, because like I daily basis spend the time in Riga. There's total feeling the rush. How I discussed it in the workshop. We have a lot of problems with cars. When you're walking in the street, you feel like you're asking the question. People is walking at all, and like all day traffic jams. People walking around like really walking. But yeah, it's like totally because in Tallinn you kind of don't feel it too like so large rush.
I mean, I can imagine that paranoid is
No.
like even better. It's almost like
it's like from here it's countryside for you.
yeah, exactly. I think Tallinn still has some problems with traffic
Yes,
jams.
well, of course, but
It's not that bad.
but no, but you don't. I don't. When I'm walking around, I don't see so much cars like if I'm walking here, it's like in Riga it's already 4 or 5 times more cars.
How's the public transport?
Normally, like it's often and the price is the same probably. So here, no.
I mean, it's pretty much free for
If
Yeah.
you are yes,
Locally.
but for the like who wants it's the same price. Like the price is the same. But we in Riga, if you are living like in Riga, there is discounts for registered people.
how they actually use it.
Lot of who has an apartment and everything they use it because paying 150 for the ticket it's kind of expensive. But now they changed it. The system 30 euros for all public transports for every day. So before it was 50. So the price is kind of and they kind of students isn't happy because for the students who was studying in Riga, they had discounts 30 cents for the drive. They took it off, they're changing and they have to pay full amount. But yeah, the public transport, it goes often so that how like know it about your trains to Latvia, so we will use it your own trains.
You reckon happy? Like we had just
We-
started to eat and now you're happy. Yeah. Now like 10 minutes you're happy and then it's going back. I'm on foot.
Yeah, because we will have the yellow black trains, but you haven't. We bought it from you and we
Yeah.
will use it.
I know, yeah, the trains, but for us it was too bad. Now it's there is the same.
But you have a good.
Now, after the workshop, you don't think the capitalism is so good.
About what? I was there. No. I think here was the capitalism.
Yeah, let's be
after our workshop.
I think capitalism is best.
Yeah.
Why?
It's capitalism. Capitalism is saving the world. Yes.
Because
why
the
we have
funniest
plastic
thing is
bags?
that you have kind of
Why we
trains
have
so cheap and
T-shirts with so
Because you are stupid.
No,
I can't hear anything. It was
no, because the capitalism.
Like,
So
but
capitalism.
why?
That's
Why you're doing your
Politician with politician.
Why
Politician with politician.
why you are doing your startup?
And then we are the society who,
Why I'm doing it?
who will not train.
Because I want to do it.
But why are you not doing it then NGOs?
Sorry?
Why are you not doing them as NGO, non-profit organization?
Now it's non-profit, it's social. You can use it for free.
Yeah,
you
but,
can use it
yeah,
for
I
free.
understand. But why are you not doing it totally non-profit? Why are you doing it as a company?
Because I don't know how to do non-profit.
You just make an NGO and then.
No,
It's not so easy. It's not so easy. I can establish the company in one day and do startup. But for non-profit company, it takes 1 year.
No, at least you can register it in Estonia. It's exactly the same process as
Super.
and all everything what to do as like taxes and stuff is exactly the same. Only there is no chance to pay profit.
Super.
So
Thank you for advice. I will do it.
yeah.
Here in Estonia, non-profitable.
Yeah. Then you're easier to can collect money and stuff. So very good. But many people are not like you. They are not
Because they are capitalists.
Yeah.
I like this discussion.
Do you know for example, Tarkovsky movies? Tarkovsky.
Yeah, I know the
Stalker. No. Tarkovsky, the editor of movie Stalker.
Okay. So
See, it's a piece of art. Yeah? It's impossible to develop the movie like that
We don't have
in a
all-
capital.
yeah.
It's impossible because you need the funds. It's not about the collect money in the theater. If you go to the theater, you will see just the piece of shit. Why the Marvel is so many money? Because it's
who are the people who are
because it's for masses. It's for money.
But when we're talking about this real art, what you're studying, then those people, like let's say in the medieval times or wherever this art was made, those people was those time the richest and like they were buying those people to make this art. So it was also like nowadays nowadays like of course if you want to make a culture as a business then it's bad. Then it would be like we're telling the theater what you will see it's not nowhere so good. But when you are making your money, let's say for example, I know that one person who was one original creator of WhatsApp. He was the one who sold it to the Facebook, and he got like 300 millions or something like that. And like 90% of that, he have donated to the different kind of NGOs and stuff to just like make the world a better place. So I know when this kind of person wants to have this beautiful art, then you admire it also.
How people put money to these funds, like Bill Gates do the funds. You know how it works. If you want, for example, if I am a very rich person and have billions in the USA, okay, if I want to give the money for my children, we are I can very big taxes. But since I established the farm and put my children to the directors of the farm, I will not pay taxes.
Yeah, but okay, you can say that, but at the same time you're seeing how they're giving millions to different kind of programs. And also like when we're talking goes to winners, like let's say okay, European money, where this European money comes from? From taxes. Where the taxes come? From the companies.
Not only from taxes.
The biggest, like 95% of Estonian income comes from Estonian entrepreneurs. The biggest place where governments get money are taxes. Yeah, of course. There's like for sure for Latvia it's also every year
In Latvia, it's not the same.
Like in Estonia, there is every year the government says that they are making this kind of year budget, and now the parliament.
Say at
Our
least
government says
each
that
5
they are
years.
not, our government is not interested in entrepreneurs.
Yeah, they destroying the small businesses. in
Yes,
Latvia.
because they're
Now,
not interested.
They battle more.
And that's
global.
the stupidity. They don't understand all the society is
That's
working
right.
like entrepreneurs.
Yeah, so in Latvia, for example, the biggest tax payers is the banks and supermarkets like retail ones and
Or
so on.
traveling company who delivers
Yeah.
companies.
So the biggest tax payers, not the entrepreneurs.
They are also entrepreneurs. They are
Oh,
vegan.
no.
No, it's
No.
remember that in Latvia no one company mostly owns Latvia. Everybody is so.
They are not Latvians, and I agree. They are not Latvian taxpayers.
No.
I think they
Every-
are mistaken. You know what? Corporations is not. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Why is that? When you're starting
No,
your
it
business
isn't.
and it starts to be a
Because the
corporation.
taxes don't go locally. Mostly everybody choose if you like traveling company delivers by the countries. They open mostly in other country. From Estonia comes like open Estonia company, and when you deliver it, you don't have to pay taxes because it's paid. They pay taxes for other country.
Yeah,
not
they are
for
of
us.
course. You are like for example, Bolt is registered to Latvia because
For
there is
example,
smaller taxes.
go bigger. So Apple and Google, they have for European Union, they have companies in Ireland, zero taxes.
When they have worker there, local employee, and they have to pay employee taxes. They have to pay those things.
But
I think Canada makes like 10% of the whole GDP of Ireland or something. It's crazy.
Yeah. So they are paying taxes, like you said. 10% of all the money in the country comes from this company. So you cannot say that those big companies are not giving money. Like all the money that European, like where the money comes from. Money comes like in a total, like in this kind of society where we have free market. Then we have clients who need something.
We don't have free market.
Yeah.
We don't have.
I don't know. I
Just try to produce, for example, water, and try to sell it in a remit. Try.
But Rimi is another conversation. If Rimi
First,
is
morning started about the capital.
We discussed
Big,
about
how
the
we
butcher,
started
butcher store, the local one, yeah, and the big supermarket. It's the same thing. The butcher can resist because the supermarkets can go the lower prices.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
so on, so on.
that's why we have
And
law
small
for monopolies.
businesses.
Yeah, I understand that. I agree on that point.
So in this point of view, we don't have the free market.
But it's really like
same
you're going to different. What my point was?
Yeah.
How the money comes, like the money, like how the history of money works. In a very very old time, there was no money. There was like, let's say I have chickens, you are cows. I give you eggs, you give me milk. So now we understand it was too complicated because you maybe didn't need eggs, but eggs had value. Now we like decided as a society that money is the proof of value. You know, it was related with gold or something. So now, when today somebody is producing or doing something, then they want money, and you're getting money only when you have regular end customers. So more money you're making, so more value you're giving to the.
It's so conservative. It's not the future. It's the past.
You're
the
telling
future?
you
Tell us.
What's the future? The future is for the humanity. It's a culture.
Culture.
But where the value comes, like, you have to.
How does the culture work?
So you do only creative skills, so you don't need to work.
There's no corporations or anything.
No corporations. No wars. First thing,
So it's like
should
social-
stop all wars.
But
world.
like
Because
because
one day of work, one day cost the same amount of money for all children in the world to have education.
Yeah, I get it. War is bad.
Yeah, war is bad. And of course, that's not the worst. I think when you talk with whatever.
But that is
Try in your free world, in the free market. Try it.
to stop the war.
It's not the war because the corporations produce the weapon. Okay. Yeah.
And there is taxes. So
There is taxes.
Yeah.
Taxes came from the war.
Yeah, so
Oh,
but
cool,
you
yeah.
understand we're going to the conspiracy theories now. When
No,
you're telling
but
that-
it is like why when you're making weapons.
when you are saying that the war, when you are saying that the wars not happening now is because of capitalism, then I can't agree with that. When we're selling socialism, then more people died, more wars were. Communism and socialism were killing more people than capitalism.
Don't mix communism and socialism. Don't mix it. Please, don't mix it. What we talking about here for 2 days about social impact. Social, not capital impact.
Yeah, but
Okay?
social entrepreneurs, for example. Oh, very good. Yeah.
I even can't see this.
Yeah.
So we just
But I see that the people, like for example, you want to
Latvia, every
I'll give you one example from the Soviet times. I will make the example from Soviet times, but I'm not representing like all the past
we did on
just
the previous conference.
there was the
On the webpage.
for horses. I think
No one will show you.
English.
Yeah.
Community
Conference,
work.
I just said conference.
There was advice
1 hour only.
from that
That's it.
time in Estonia.
Just
That
even
they
less,
were
45
seeing
minutes.
the receipt problem that people when you know you had to go to the community house and you work and you get some salary or you get some product or something like that. And everybody had to go
Take
there.
the previous declaration
And what we
and
were
adapt it
seeing
according
is
to
that from the Soviet
the
life
flow for
versus
key things.
first Estonian life,
Economy,
like
growth or consumption, sustainable lifestyle.
Estonian land on the
So they have resources.
farming and stuff went so much down. Like before, one people produced, let's say, 10 potatoes, but when they had this community houses, then it was 5 potatoes. And what we are seeing, maybe you remember also, I think very similar was in Latvia, that everybody started to try to do something back hard, like behind that. They tried to have something to their own. So yeah, but I might be just example. No, but what's my example is that what we are seeing is that when people have this chance that they are seeing that they have a chance to create a better future for themselves, like in a egoistic reason.
When we stop to think how to try to do better life for you, but instead of that, try to be the better person for social.
I agree, but I'm not telling about myself. I'm telling the statistics and what we're seeing that when like I'm not comparing the communism stuff, but those people there, they were working for the community, all for themselves, and we saw that their motivation went down very much. And afterwards, when the community Soviet Union collapsed, and we had now again Estonia, this number went up again, and people because we are seeing that this is like improving, and it's like when we are seeing, for example, how much, like for example, now when we're studying the social, when we, like, let's say the small entrepreneurs, even they have 10 employees, they have responsibilities, they are working more, and if they are already earning a little bit more because they are taking this commitment and working more, then it's already capitalism.
I agree with you. One thing, there is no we are living in corporate world. Corporation, for example, Apple is the biggest and richest corporation in the world. Yes. Trillion of
Are sure it's the biggest. Apple, maybe.
Apple is the biggest.
Sure, not Microsoft or.
Just
They are changing.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah. Some of one of them, like.
Okay. Apple, Google,
Yeah.
and the world is changed. Now we live in a corporate world. And they rules, they push the government to for the law and so on, yeah.
No, so when you're saying that the corporation are the real power and there is no democracy, then how
There's absolutely no democracy.
but we were just like in Estonia at least we have selections, you can go to select.
In USA, Elsa, how Trump is going to the president of Twitter, social media.
Like, of course you can use those platforms to make campaigns and stuff, but my point is that when corporations are ruling the world, then how it's possible that, for example, last week, like we talked, this, I don't remember it was Google or Facebook or whatever, at 1.2 billion, and they are going to court and stuff.
It's just for the people, for like you.
So
yeah, it's democracy.
No,
Okay.
we are going not conspiracy theories.
We just decide.
Because I'm learning when I'm like I have been in
So this discussion, let's talk
I
tomorrow.
was in Dubai last year when I had meeting with the owner of Burj Khalifa that were 9.1 billion. So we had talks, and when you're talking with this kind of persons who have thousands, tens of thousands of employees, he's one of the richest man in Saudi Arabia. So you understand, to Dubai and stuff. So he's the richest person there, and you're hearing the stories and you're seeing how they are like building the entrepreneurship, and you're seeing those people. Like point is like if you're listening and seeing the news or like they are controlling the world or whatever, but when you know some of those persons, you have the chance to meet or talk with them, and you're seeing that they are real persons, they are really giving back value to the. Then you are understanding this different picture. And now, that's...
They are so small. 1 billion business is so small if you compare it with, for example, this Google. It's so small.
Yeah, it was not 1 billion. It's like the net worth was 9 billion or whatever. But yeah, it was just one example. I mean, like, or exactly the same story what I told with this creator on WhatsApp. Like, okay, now it's owned by Facebook, but it's still made of like very much money when they were selling it and stuff, and how they are giving back to the society. Like, when you are seeing how those big corporations are also doing good, then I'm not telling that they are doing everything right, and I totally agree that we have to protect the small entrepreneurs. That's the monopoly law and stuff, because free market, I think free market will kill small entrepreneurs. We are no monopoly rules. That's how I agree. We have a little bit go there to protect the small entrepreneurs and local entrepreneurs.
In Latvia,
but in Estonia, you have chance. There is like we have
zero taxes for the locals.
Like for example,
Local farmers.
like for example, when you start business in Estonia, then first of all you can get first 10,000 euros without paying it back from the government when you reach your business idea. It's by Töötukassa or something. However, then you have like the EAS Estonian entrepreneurship support system, where you can have beginning from like maximum like 1 million euro you can get money, but you don't have to pay back when you do this thing what you're saying. And those kind of starting benefits and free entrepreneurship coaching and stuff, they are giving it to new entrepreneurs. So when we are seeing this like conception of, for example, we are talking about free enterprise, like we are seeing today, we have the most startup companies per person in Europe. We are seeing that we having most like social entrepreneurs.
But you know that just 5% population going to be.
Of course, and they are giving the work. Those 5%, they are giving.
But what
business needs to all 5 years to survive and to be successful, because for you,
90%, of course, everybody will not be entrepreneurs.
But 5 years, you have to do 5 years.
90% of startup entrepreneurs in 5 years they go to the bankruptcy.
Exactly. So
and that's of course that's the price of success.
no. Yes, even with success, then the company would work after 5 years.
If you go to university, like
I have studied
business. You studied business, okay. So when you went to the study, how many like classmates you had?
20.
And how many finished?
So I didn't finish.
Okay.
But
I think we can,
it was luck.
we can resume
Half of them dropped it
our
out
work.
for 3 months.
And what we have to do this afternoon, I mean, now is work on 2 items. For that, we will be splitting into 2 groups. One group will be working on drafting the joint statement for this conference, and that group will be with me. The second group, which will be organized with Vasily, will be working and putting together the projects that I think have been in discussion with some of you. We have about maybe 45 minutes to work on those items, and then we come back here to report back to the entire group. So, Vasily is on his way back. I think he went downstairs to see some of the participants who had some questions that they needed to discuss with him. But the group working on the joint statement for the conference, we can already start doing that. So I need the volunteers to work with me on the statement. Okay, whoever is willing or volunteering for this, please come forward. Michael, Adel, please come forward. So, there is Vasily. Okay, we are already starting forming the groups.
Super. So,
all right,
Guys, the group is
upstairs, and let's get around here.
Okay, guys, here's the story. We have 2 groups.
one group will be based here, which will be working on the political statement on behalf of the Green Habito for 4 teams, which we have been discussing, right? And this will be with Hatim. Another group, which will be working with me on the project, which we will be developing for the European Commission funding and Nordic Council. Okay? So, it's up to you which side you want to participate, and if you want, you can participate both. And my room is at the back, if you want. But you can stay here on the neighborhood side.
He's going to project and he's staying by the list.
Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Select your group. Political statement here. The project application is over there. My project is on the back side. Yes. And here.
But this is good because he came right there.
And everybody here from all the groups that have been working on issues.
And then everyone is finished. You have now it's 3:20. No, it's 4:20. We will be here at 10 past 4. We're supposed to be here. 15 minutes for the development declaration. And then presentation. The back. Go.
Maintenant, c'est juste donner de nouveaux projets si on veut pour l'avenir, que ce soit un peu différent de peut-être maintenant. Après, c'est à vous de voir. Des projets concernant l'écologie.
Sappi di sconnettare e fare pollo. Io ci si dice. Зачем? Уже тут есть кого стрижь включать? Ну, будильники. Влад, ну ты думай головой. Ну ты думай просто головой, ну 3 человека сидит. Нафига мне 3 человека стричь? Здесь должна быть дискуссия. Какая же дискуссия? Должна быть. Где тут дискуссия? Короче, все, мозг включаем, кнопочку нажимаем, садимся сюда. Sorry. No, I think that sometimes like flying on the sky. Yeah. Игорь, ты что спросил? Там же не медом намазано, надеюсь. Вот присаживайся, если послушай. Присядь, take a chair. Игорь, садись. Sorry for the Yes, садись, придется. Okay. Task is, if you go to the conference CSW, and there you can find the declaration which we did the last time. Second?
I didn't somebody check. There's no problems with that.
So, if you go there, if you lose laptop, there is the declaration from the previous conference. It's in the middle of the, there's 3 pictures, you select the middle one.
like with the stars or something else. Ладно, видео не надо делать, я тебе уже все сказал. С утра было видео. Все, иди это... Русская группа работает, как раз Руслан и все другие. И занимайтесь на русском языке проектом. Окей? Все. Нашел? Хорошо. Можешь ее показать, надо как в Ливерпуле. So we have 4 teams, right, of this conference, which are examining current consumption patterns and integrating sustainable lifestyle. Sustainable lifestyle, that's the first. Then we have the role of civil society organization in green transition and sustainable development. That's the second one. The role of civil society. Should we take more attention, raise attention of the government in supporting and providing specific capacity building programs for the organizations who work in environment and sustainable development activities, something like that to raise the question. And we have the third team, which is the civil society, government, and business networks, to take circular economy, urban development, and innovation to the next level. So how these 3 pillars, civil society, government, and business, cooperate to improve the circular economy. So are we in this transition right now? Because the EU has set the goal for themselves to be on the track by 2050, right? As I understood the main goal. Yes, the scientists and some politicians already confirmed that it's not possible because it's too late. Because right now the crisis, economic energy crisis, etc., but just try to believe in that. So what we could do to improve the level of these three pillars of collaboration and achieve the circular economy? Because currently, right now, when you ask civil society in Estonia, there's not so many organizations will say you even what the circular economy is. This is just even brand new for the city planning. Because when I was really discovering the Göteborg, Tove from Göteborg, she's saying, yes, we started a long time ago with all these environmental initiatives, and they invest a lot of resources in transformation. Or like cities like Malta in Finland, they're also quite pioneer in this. So how we could collaborate and what we should improve between all these 3 sectors. And the first team, empowering social transformation by investing in environmental protection and fighting climate change. So the social transformation, do you admit that you see the social transformation or not? Click the network, click or click to read the network declaration. Blue. That's the previous declaration what we discovered. So the previous declaration was dedicated to the security issue because it was a tough time. So this one is dedicated to circular economy, or waste management, overconsumption, and green sustainable lifestyle. So the point is that all our countries is very different, but how we could unify and find out the balance, which will be for the civil society, for the business, and for the government. Even in our country, yesterday, for example, I spoke today with the president of the world, and then he went to the meeting with the Minister of Climate, and the negotiations were not so great because the government says we don't have resources for capacity building programs. So the question is not only about what the people are not doing, but it's also about will, political will
government, to the business, and to civil society. There is also some document, it's in my email, so I will read it and I will forward to you. You could read it also. So by this evening, we need to have some draft of your ideas which you came up. Okay? And later on we will, as usual. If you have the web page, so you got a yes, all of you have seen this document. Okay, so you go on the web page, conference.scw.de. Conference, it is here. Conference, yes. Then you go this. And then you click this one, stars, the map of Europe. You see there, you go there down, and you download the blue books, text. And this is declaration.
I was trying, but my phone wouldn't allow me.
Yeah, probably
I'm
use
sure
the
it's-
connection. I can put on my from a phone.
Do you have do you
From with Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi,
So conference.ssw.de. How I will get up here. Just a second. You can see it. You click here.
Is this one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
You
You open it.
It's on my own.
You have iPhone?
Oh. Yes, you are also Android. You have Android. You also Android. Okay, we're all Androids, but not
Why is this there? Why is, I can forward you or Facebook. But you have it on the screen, guys, so you can read it. And later, you could go on the web page and there is the Teams. So okay, you go there, you put the Greek Habito Conference, just press it, and there you get a description of each. There is a Teams, conference Teams. You see, description of the team and the content. Description of the team and the content. So then you could realize something. It's basically you are summarizing everything what you've been done and have heard during 2 days. Если тебе нужна документ в Word,
this conference. We focus on four following themes. And we just list the four themes from the conference. Just write four, not the figure. Then you take it all from
the conversation with Dell on
That's okay. Social transformation, climate change, and environmental. The second one should be, I think, I propose the collaborative role of civil society, government, and business networks to romance circular economy and innovation and continuous innovation or something like that, or economy based on innovation. Yeah. It's the role of a collaborative role. Civil society, government, civil society.
voilà, on est sérieux dans ce débat. We can say by integrating sustainable practices into our lifestyle and raising our awareness about
civil society organizations, on their part, have an instrumental role to play in driving change within communities and fostering sustainable solutions and habits. A third pillar, or a third central pillar, is
The civil society organizations that are part have an instrumental or essential role to drive the change.
Est-ce que tu as vu un
Non. Toi aussi, oui, to drive us to the community and fostering sustainable solutions. But shall we start the whole yeah, so like creating sustainable lifestyle is built on 3 pillars. So like or like collaboration between these 3 parties, and then we go set off. Yeah. And we keep it. Yeah, well, it's more like, okay, we talk about what we want to do now, we are creating a sustainable lifestyle, and then so we, again, after like, because we are creating sustainable lifestyle, we need to have like 3 parties or like 4 parties, civil society, government, where they work together.
we start at home and at work. And then we add this function
Ce matin, c'était intéressant parce qu'on a eu une discussion. On a parlé de problématiques auxquelles les jeunes adultes seront confrontés, quelle est la responsabilité des jeunes, qu'est-ce qu'ils peuvent faire. C'était sympa. On n'a pas du tout parlé du pays, on a parlé de digital, on a parlé du... Qu'est-ce qu'il faut dire? Chaîne d'alimentation.
Yes, without the feeding actors is a prerequisite success. And then second column, you go back. Yes, then no, we don't have to label. Okay, you go back, and then if you want to say first or come on.
Cioè, moi, je suis mon application de sport, je suis pas préposé dessus.
C'est pas un jugement, c'est une invitation.
No.
Je vous ai envoyé la documentation.
Bullet point before
Et
government.
tu peux difficilement
êtes resté tout le temps sage.
C'est sympa ça.
There is like a certain word that they use.
Après, quand c'est le temps à nous, le temps à nous, c'est de dire social responsibility and ethics. Tu veux me résumer?
Something like ethical.
Toi aussi, Vanessa, tu veux me résumer?
Non, ça va.
Ethical behavior.
Już pan teraz się
Yeah, so this is the third point.
I think it's fine.
But it sounds like you're only asking the governments to do this to citizens.
Yeah.
It's kind of missing that languages.
Also with businesses. We enable citizens and business to adopt.
Il y a toujours quelque chose que tu veux pas.
So, you know,
Football. Souvent, c'est surtout les
Oui, même si j'ai déjà eu ça c'est réglé au niveau de la compta. Après, si j'ai des objectifs, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont fait en fin de compte comme activité? Je sais pas. La comptabilité
the last paragraph, we will continue to collaborate, advocate, and mobilize resources to achieve these goals. Shall we will hear more about some capacity building that might be needed, or that we will continue doing it? We will continue collaborating, advocating, collaborating. We will continue collaborating, advocating, or we will continue to collaborate and advocate. I think that we will continue collaborating, advocating. So it gives more the verb thing that we are doing it actively. But then the capacity building, how can we add it here? Or is it?
To enhance capacity building and achieve goals by working together.
Because we talked about the roles, like we raised the awareness, and here we do this.
Okay. Like promoting sustainable practices, secure and resilient and sustainable Europe for future generations. Also, project sector and borders.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's very long sentence. Yeah.
Once.
That's the one.
Yeah, it's once. It's very easy.
It's okay.
I might not come tomorrow, I'm not sure.
I'm not going to. I'm going to
They
stay
are working.
tomorrow morning at 10. I have to be in Tartu because I have military reserve army. Because there is 5 days from tomorrow.
I'm so glad that I am overage from this.
Overage? You can volunteer.
I don't want to. I can't take
Not so, but this way.
Little bit, but not so.
You can use knife, but not rifle.
Okay, so can you go now?
Yeah,
Sure, I said like that. No, I said that. No, you can message me if you want to talk about something.
Recommendations.
Yeah, there is just a brief because we will test the file tomorrow morning.
Okay, guys? You ready? Yes. Okay. Ingrid. Ingrid. It's not here. Okay, guys, so firstly, let's summarize our 3 workshops which we did before. We could start from the workshop of German. So German will summarize what been presented at the workshop on implementing the SDG strategies and connecting them at the local level. Yes, German?
So, we start from the 2 parts of it, and mostly we're talking about the school and one of the problems that we have in Estonia. And it's probably connected to only, not only about sustainability, also about healthcare and about bullying in schools. So, and about environmental, we were talking about emissions and density. This is also the air condition nearby industry and manufacturers. And to summarize that, we felt that we can to provide the government to absorb that emissions and lower the emission of the gases to our national. To environmental protection.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Then we have the second group, our lovely Rudy group. Yeah, so Rudy, will you just summarize something? Both? Yeah. That's fine, just to share something.
Thank you very much. First of all, we are very grateful that we could work together with His Excellency the Ambassador, because he has been also very inspiring in the reflection. First of all, what we try to do is to see what is really important for the future, out of the view of youngsters, out of the view of social society where we are a part of, at the same time also out from policies, politics, and then out from the business. And we came to several conclusions. We have quite a lot, but we will give them to Leslie for the report. So Donovan will speak in French, and then I will translate it briefly because the mother tongue is French. En français.
Oui. Du coup, Vasily nous avait donné un thème à respecter en 3 parties. Tu as comment Les 3 parties, c'était du coup le gouvernement, civil society and business.
Je donne des exemples concrets.
Ouais, bien sûr. Et du coup, sur les 3 parties, il y avait à chaque fois des problèmes et des solutions.
Oui. So for each part, we try to see the problems and the solution going out from a basic statement that everything has to do with dialogue. And if the three parties are not involved, this means the social society with young people and the business and the policies or the politics, that we don't come to a real result. So there needs to be a very close relationship, even though when sometimes we see a contradiction. For instance, we see that business is having a lot of emphasis on the point of view of politics, and politics have a lot of emphasis. So I have some things in order to facilitate.
Donc je vais commencer par les problèmes du gouvernement. Il y avait donc un manque d'écoute.
Yeah. So what very often happens towards youngsters is that there is a lack of listening, active listening out from politics towards youngsters.
Il dit également qu'il y avait un problème de manque de communication et de compréhension.
Yeah, there is very often also a lack of comprehension. As young people, we very often receive texts or we receive proposals and we don't understand them. Even politics themselves, they don't understand what they write.
Du coup, la solution à ça, c'est engager un dialogue inclusif entre les gouvernements et les communautés.
Oui. So the solution should be or could be an inclusive dialogue, an inclusive participative dialogue in between the communities and in between the policy and of course also the business engaged in it, because they are a big part of it.
Un autre des problèmes, c'est la législation économique qui est trop écologique, qui est trop laxiste.
Yeah, another thing is that the legislation, the economical one and the ecological one is too mild, too lax. So this means that in the future we need to have policies which are more strict, and that the government can have really their emphasis and their accent towards this.
Et solution à ça, c'est l'interdiction de la surproduction.
Yeah, for instance, one of the complete things we could do is that we get towards too much production. So we see that there is an overproduction, that there is an overloss. So one of the policies that governments could manage is that they come to the point that they say, okay, there is a certain limit of production.
Sur la civile société.
Yeah, then we have been talking about the civil society, so this is we as a part of it.
Donc un des problèmes, c'est la surconsommation ainsi que la consommation en dehors de ses propres besoins.
Yes, very often what we see is that there is a kind of overconsumption. So we are over-consuming, and so this means that we consume a lot more than our own needs, the real needs.
La solution, c'est consommer intelligemment en fonction des vrais besoins.
Yeah. So the solution could be that we are consuming, but more intelligent, in a more intelligent way. So this means that we really reflect about what we need, and that we don't exaggerate. What they say in French very often also, "Tu vu, have you seen me? Because I have this, so I will buy this, I will buy this." And this is leading also to a kind of overconsumption.
Et aussi consommer ce qui est vraiment disponible sans perdre.
Yeah. Okay. What is also very important is that we consume what is really available in the nature at that very moment. I give you one example. You know, strawberries. When I was young, we could buy strawberries in a certain period of the year, but now you can get strawberries the whole year. And so this kind of production has also a big emphasis and a big impact on the consumption in general. So this means that there is a bigger load on the earth, on agriculture, on climate.
Ensuite, un des autres problèmes, c'est qu'il y a globalement un manque de participation des jeunes.
Yeah, so another lack that we discovered in our group is that there is not enough participation of youngsters in general. So they are put at the side, and we still see that the decisions taken nowadays are decisions of adults, and even sometimes older people as I. So we decide about young people, but at one time, as I had, we live with feet in the past, and we have our own frames of thinking. These are not always the frames of young people. So it's up to the young people to do that. And I emphasize once again that His Excellency the Ambassador says it's in the hands of young people, and it starts from now until the future. No, solution?
Du coup, la solution, c'est que l'association de la société civile, elle devrait attirer plus de jeunes et
Yeah.
les SFP.
So what should be nice and what is really worth us is that more youngsters are involved in the life of society. We see, for instance, that in Belgium people don't go to vote. They go to vote or they don't vote, they just present them because it is officially necessary, they have to be there, but they are not at all interested. And why they are not at all interested? Because there is no identification with what is decided. I think this is what I should like to say also for here. Identify youngsters more with what you are doing and then you will get them to vote. Yeah, and do that they really can participate, that it's not just what we have very often in Belgium, a kind of fake participation. So they consult people, but afterwards there is nothing happening with the consult. Yeah, now we go to the business.
Donc, un des problèmes, c'est qu'il ne faut plus jeter pour favoriser la chaîne de production.
Yeah, so you know that there is a kind of production chain, and this means production needs to go on, so very often we waste a lot of things, especially of foods and clothes. So I think there's a solution, and at the same time the solution could be that the governments put limits on production, that they say, okay, that's what you can do, this is what you not can do.
Du coup, un des autres problèmes, c'est la production dans les pays en bas, c'est-à-dire la Chine, etc.
Wait, so another problem with which we are involved, with which we are confronted, is the fact that there are some countries having a production for the least price, for a lesser price.
La solution, c'est de faire de la production locale.
Yeah, so the solution could be that we are more local and nearby. I think we are going to finish here, but I think you have seen that there was a lot of reflection. I want to add two issues about which we were thinking as well. This is the digital world and the consequences. I think today we are not aware about what it is going to give in the future. So for instance, there is a whole contradiction also in between privacy. On the one hand, we have to sign everything, no pictures not there, and no text there, but we see that social media have everything in their hands. And even about consumption, one of the girls told, I was talking about something with my girl, with my friend, another girl, and then immediately on the internet things are coming. So she was asking, are they listening? For the same also, we were talking about the cookies. You put one word in the cookies and then immediately on your publicity or on your smartphone you get all kinds of publicity. And then the last item we'll be talking about, because we are also a lot involved with Africa, is the food chain. I don't know if you are aware that in the next coming years it will be very difficult for seafood for everybody. And I'm talking about good food. So this is all the kinds of reflections in which young people have to be involved. Once again I thank the ambassador because he has been very gracious. He was on our level. And this is what I want to give you also as a message. But sometimes our youngsters are not here. It's because for them it's a lot. But you did a wonderful job, and I think we can congratulate you on that, and that we may approach you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Do I take it as my turn? Okay. Well, thank you very much, all of you, and really thank you very much for the comments. I'm very, very sensitive to that. And again, everything that I've said really throughout these 2 days of conference is something that is really, really very, very close to my heart. What I'm going now to attempt to do is a very, very risky endeavor, which is trying to summarize what has been said during those 2 days of conference. So we have gathered in Tallinn for 2 days to discuss several aspects around the theme of civil society ideas for the sustainable green future of Europe. From the Ministry of Environment of Estonia, we heard about the vision, the strategy, the objectives that Estonia has put forward in its endeavor to achieve its goal of green economy, green country in general. This presentation was also complemented by the presentation of the content of Tallinn Green Capital of Europe 2023 program. We also heard from our various experts several ideas about how to act and what to do as individuals to influence the political authorities into adopting the proper strategies in terms of environment protection and sustainability. The need to change our consumption habits by consuming only what we produce and only what is needed was also underlined to lead citizens towards intelligent consumption behavior and responsible attitudes. Several experiences were presented: Tallinn, Gothenburg, Malmö, and projects were also described as initiatives to deal with the issues of overproduction and waste increase and waste disposal. One of the solutions the conference discussed was circular economy, which can solve a large part of the problem by the introduction of responsible consumption and production, a greater reliance on technology and knowledge to allow the industry to improve its processes and renew its competitiveness through innovation. A particular emphasis was put on the need to deal with social inequalities so that change of living pattern can be adopted by all citizens regardless of their financial capacities. The participation of all actors has been identified as a must for any initiative or policy to succeed. State, government, local authorities, business community, citizens and trade unions are all concerned and need to be involved in the process. We heard the detailed presentation of the Tallinn program, which aims at making the capital city a smart, sustainable, learning and inclusive city. From Gothenburg, we learned more about the concept of sharing economy, which represents another approach to enhancing the sustainability effort. The participants were also called upon to look at the issue from all angles, including the sacrifices that need to be made, the new rational approach that must be adopted in this decision-making process, and the evaluation of the new living pattern which need to be introduced and which should concentrate more on humanity issues. In a nutshell, what we really discussed and envisaged is a circular economy based on solidarity. To put it in a more practical way, it's don't boycott blindly, but you have to buy and consume intelligently. I would like, on your behalf, again, to extend our warm appreciation to our organizers and our partners and sponsors. The National Foundation for Civil Society, the Nordic Council of Ministers, the British Council, the City of Tallinn, the Green Habitat Network, and of course, the overall organizer, SSCW, represented here by our dear friend Vasily Kolikov. Thank you all. Thank you very much for your contributions. It was very instructive. It was a very rewarding And so for those who are involved in those activities, wish you all the best, good luck, and I hope you achieve all the goals that you have set for yourselves in participating in this conference. We thank you again for your contributions, and we look forward to seeing you again in another activity, and hopefully again with Vasily as the head organizer. Thank you.
Tomorrow. Guys, and declaration we will be